Peace. All right. Came back to break down these Batman movies. Have a little fun with it, a little science. Show you this little occult thing, how they do it, how they communicate occult science in movies. Primarily, when you understand the thinking in this, or even better yet, if you understand based upon breakdowns, this breakdown and breakdowns like this from me and others, with the mentality of decoding, with the hopes that you would adopt this form of thinking for yourself. When you adopt this form of thinking to look naturally for hidden messages, the hidden language, hidden agenda, or the hidden science in any earthly, either mundane or just event that seems to be, what's a better word? Just the day-to-day, mundane, everyday events. To be able to look into it to see the metaphysics of that particular event would be in your best interest, because this will start to exercise the thinking of that occult muscle, that hidden muscle, that melanin muscle, that shadow muscle. So one of the things in America that is used against you, probably the most efficient out of all the things we complain about, is actually the mind control that goes on in these movies. Now, but like anything, there's any polarity, there's two sides to every coin. The same way they try to use it against us, we can use it against them. But we can only use it against them when we're in our right mind. Our right mind is an occult mind, a metaphysical mind. So, again, in this particular lecture, I'm going to deal and decode all the Batman movies. So we can see how this thing goes down, see all the hidden messages, and hope for when you say, okay, I see how they're doing it. You'll be able to take that type of thinking forward and decode some of the movie messages that you'll see in the future, or some of the movies that you've seen in the past. This is important, very important, because for a ritual to work, mostly any ritual, a great part of it has to be hidden, because it needs to impact the hidden part of you for it to create the reality. The hidden part of you is really running this thing. And on a lighter level to look at it, your subconscious mind is what's truly running your consciousness. If your subconscious mind is impacted, let's just say through trauma, for example, you may go through your life acting a certain way. For instance, if the trauma was you were attacked by dogs when you were little, you may not even remember the traumatic event. Your conscious mind may do things to block out this memory with the agenda of protecting you. And with this blocked memory, you may have no recollection of being attacked by dogs, but you still have no idea why every time you see a dog, you're terribly frightened. Well, so consciously you get to say, I don't know why I'm scared of dogs. But subconsciously, the hidden self, or the dark part of yourself, is telling you the real story, is really dictating your reality, whether you understand it consciously or not. So the sub or the hidden self, or what they call the shadow self, is actually responsible for all that's in existence. And until you impact that, nothing's going to change. And so as an occultist, the idea is you're studying that. So when you hear this statement, study the dark side, get on the dark side, I'm on the dark side, which people just like to say but really don't understand. What they're really trying to understand is the true self. But see, if they had a little bit more understanding, they would need to understand that the dark side is only dark because it's hidden when you're in this third dimensional experience. But the dark side is actually the true light side. So all you dark side niggas are actually light side niggas. To call it dark side niggas is actually keeping the true light in its oppressive state, which is third dimension. So to cheerlead it as the dark side is the greatest thing is only cheerleading the oppression or your slavery of the true light. So that true light that you're trying to raise up, it can only be raised in this context if you step to the dark side. Out of darkness comes light, and that's the light we're looking for, the true light that's going to save you, save your black ass. And so understanding this, and understanding, any true occultist would understand this concept if they were studied, knows if they're going to try to manipulate masses of people, and movies are probably an excellent way to do it, media, they need to impact or have a conversation with the hidden part of you. That's why 80 to 85 to maybe 90% of the movies that come out, I can always see two conversations. And of course, that's white movies. Black people haven't even caught up to this shit yet. They're still fucking around with Medea's Christmas Vacation, thinking that's what it's all about. When everybody else is trying to have a hidden conversation. Spike Lee almost used to do it, but not good enough. So, understanding this, and when you're understanding this, you're very big or one up in your occult scholarship, if we can call it that, or your occult, your position in the occult, to decode occult science, or your path, or whatever you want to call it, make it all sound dramatic, your path of alchemy, you know what I mean? We don't need to go all down that road. But in your work that you're doing, this is a big thing, to be able to take everyday events, stories, movies, which are mythology, and be able to decode them and see the hidden story. Because again, it exercises that occult muscle, and you'll be able to operate in this occult world with 100% effectiveness. So now that we know that, one of the movies that deal directly with what they call the shadow self is Batman. And not just because it was a movie, the original story is all about the shadow self, man and the shadow self. They gave the shadow self, or the hidden part, a character, or I don't want to say a consciousness, because it has a consciousness, it's just a hidden consciousness. But they brought this they characterized this hidden consciousness in one man, Batman. This ulterior motive of saving the world. Now we need to start with the first movie, and I'm disappointed because the first movie came out in 1989 with Tim Burton. And I actually, and it's around my house somewhere, when they were promoting the movies, and I'm going to get into that, it was a fucking mania of Batman shirts in the world. In Manhattan, I'm from New York. Everyone had this Batman shirt in anticipation of this movie. And I believe to this day, there has not been a more aggressive campaign of movie promotion as that Batman movie promotion. The anticipation for this movie was record breaking, and it, at the time, before CGI movies, Matrix and so on, broke world records in terms of how much money it made. We're going to get into that as well. And I actually still had one of my Batman shirts from that era. I do not know where I put it, but what I'm going to do is I do have a picture of it somewhere. I think I'll try to put the picture up, because I did take a picture of it not too long ago. So when I took that picture, I don't know where I put the shirt at. But a Batman shirt that's older than half you niggas listening to this shit right now, and I know this because I do the readings for a lot of brothers. And they tell me that what year they're born, and I'm like, oh damn, you know what I'm saying? I was already fucking paying rent and hoping she wasn't pregnant at that age. So in 1989, I have a shirt from 1989 that's older than you niggas from that Batman campaign. And first, let's talk about Tim Burton. Tim Burton, he does what you call visually stunning movies. But the odd thing about him, each of his movies could be an occult subject. He deals with occult topics, but when you watch the movie, they're absolutely hollow. All of them. Sleepy Hollow, all them James and the Giant Peaches, Edward Scissorhands. It looks like it's about to be a cult, but it just never makes that case. He always falls short. The only movie he did that stayed heavy with the occult topics, and my guess is by accident, was Beetlejuice. So after he did Beetlejuice, he became the candidate to do the movie Batman. After the success of Beetlejuice, they said, we're going to get him to do Batman. So he's ready to do Batman, and of course, they picked Michael Keaton to do the first Batman. At the time, people were mad at that because they took Batman quite seriously, and Michael Keaton was considered a new comedic actor. So they needed somebody or wanted somebody more serious, even though he did as best you can possibly do in that Batman. But in that Batman, the turn up was the Joker, of course. And of course, no occult, just more, he was just weird. So there was really no occult or very light occult science to it. People, connected him to a leg bod and all of those things, but he wasn't making an occult point. It was more he was just a hellified Joker based upon the character Joker. The movie earned $400 million. The budget was $30 million and went to $48 million to make. The movie earned $400 million. That's a lot of motherfucking money. The big deal was, they wanted the Joker, they wanted Jack Nicholson. So he got an amazing high salary to do that movie. And he also got a part of the box office profits, the Joker. Prince did the soundtrack for that, and I guess they were going to use Prince to think he was going to do a good job based upon, Purple Rain, him doing that movie soundtrack, his career being hot. But I'll be the first to say I am not in the least a Prince fan, not even a little bit. None of that shit. And I even listened to them Purple Rain songs, which was his hottest, and them shits don't even last to me. All that Nicki Wanna Grind, Strawberry Beret shit. Like I said, any nigga that comes to you, and all these girls, oh, he's so sexy, he's the next level of dick. I'm like, yeah, nigga show up in your house with a fucking leotard on talking about let's fuck licking his own titties. You ain't gonna be like, that ain't sexy. So you just fell for the goddamn hype. So Prince is good at creating whatever that was, but when he was charged with this project of creating Batman, you seen how terribly that shit went. I don't even think you could find that. They banned half of them fucking corny songs. Even the critics at that time said Prince songs were out of place for the movie. It didn't even capture the essence of the movie. Like I said, it doesn't surprise me to do this corny. And like, he's a fucking absolute biter. And I know niggas gonna hate me for this, but he is though. Like, people don't know Rick James really used to go hard on Prince. It's like every fucking thing Rick James does, Prince is doing. Rick James comes up with the Mary Jane Girls. This nigga come up with Vanity 6. You know what I'm saying? Prince's whole style is from Jimi Hendrix, really. The beginning style. It's from Jimi Hendrix. He was trying to do that funk shit in the beginning. That shit ain't work. When Rick James came out and blew up, this sexy guitar nigga. Then Prince becomes a fucking sexy guitar dude. And then Michael Jackson comes out with Thriller. Then all of a sudden, Prince throws on these fucking high heels and and curls and fucking, he becomes sensitive just like Michael Jackson. Before Michael Jackson died, Michael Jackson said there wouldn't be a Prince if there wasn't me. Let's get this shit straight. So Mike said that shit, and so the nigga was always corny to me, but his slow jams was always the top notch. His writing was the type, he could play that guitar to death, but all that fucking dancing and shit, you know what I'm saying? Come on, if I went to the party and started doing this shit, y'all niggas wouldn't be going, that nigga Panic's fire. Y'all be going, what the fuck happened to Panic? He's sitting there licking the back of his head and all that kind of shit. So, as y'all can see, I don't like Prince. So, I was even disappointed in 89. I was already 21 in 89. I was already disappointed when they gave this shit to Prince. So, I can tell you this too, about the shadow self. Let's talk a little bit about the shadow self. The shadow self is melanin. So Batman primarily is the story of melanin, or your Ka. All right? Batman primarily is the story of your Ka, your shadow self, your shadow primal consciousness. Now, so basically Bruce Wayne as a millionaire represents the black man as well, but it represents the black man in his natural culture, you know, before the degraded black man, before the struggling black man, before the genocide-ridden black man. It represents black man as he ran the planet, rich, but still unfulfilled. That's why Bruce Wayne's father and mother had to die. That represents the Osiris story. So it still represents the conscious black man as Haru. But then it represents, Batman represents him communicating with his shadow self, or the melanin in him. And the fight between the melanin and the things, and the bad guys represent certain aspects of melanin, which we'll get into detail. All right. Where you get the phrase, or the most popular, or the phrase shadow self, where it was most popularized, is by Carl Jung. And how Carl Jung defines the shadow self as the unconscious mind. And he calls it largely negative, and I'll tell you why. And he also says the shadow self communicates in dreams and visions. Now, the shadow self that Jung is talking about that's mostly negative, this is also broke down in Lovecraft's Necronomicon. And it's probably easier to explain that way. In the Necronomicon, Lovecraft has these dreams. H.P. Lovecraft was a writer, died in 1937, and he was a recluse from Rhode Island. And horror, as we know it today, is based upon H.P. Lovecraft's writing. He used to write short stories for different publications, primarily one called Weird Tales, which was a comic book. And these short stories were based upon his dreams. These dreams were so detailed, so vivid, and so profound that occultists have stepped in and said, wait a minute, these are channels. But Lovecraft himself said, no, this is fiction. He called it my fiction. And he said, no, they're nothing but dreams. He was not an occultist. But so this gave rise to a whole bunch of people saying Lovecraft was just a profound writer. And you'll still hear this argument today. The Lovecraft occultist versus Lovecraft was just a profound writer. Now, horror as we know it is based upon Lovecraft. Before Lovecraft, there were guys like Edgar Allan Poe, where you see all that Vincent Price acted out shit was primarily Edgar Allan Poe. The scary guys were like Dracula, Frankenstein, the Mummy, shit like that. After Lovecraft, you had horror stories, because what Lovecraft did was made his work something called public domain, which means the copyrights he released to the public, which means anybody and everybody can write or even copy his exact words, republish it, and not have to pay him or his estate a red cent. Public domain. So not only can people write about it, many people have. There has been so many reprintings of what we now call the Necronomicon and Necronomicon-esque stuff. In fact, in Batman, the insane asylum is called Arkham. That is directly from the Necronomicon. So even Bob Crane, the creator of Batman, I think in 1937, something like that, and he died in 1989. This is the creator, Bob Crane, for DC Comics. You can see he was even inspired by Lovecraft, using Arkham Asylum, which is from the Necronomicon or Lovecraft's writings. Lovecraft also calls it Arkham Asylum. And so this tells you that this Batman, that's a direct clue, or direct proof, I should say, that Batman himself is inspired by H.P. Lovecraft and the Shadow Self and the Necronomicon, which I'm about to break down, how it ties in to the Shadow Self. All right, so Lovecraft actually wrote something called the Al-Azif. Later, people called it the Necronomicon. So Lovecraft never penned a book called the Necronomicon. His collective work is called the Necronomicon, and or was called the Necronomicon by his fans. But he wrote a story called the Hound, the Dog and the Hound, or the Hound something the Hound, and in it he talks about Al-Azif, Al-Hared Azif, the Mad Arab, which is a very famous Necronomicon or Lovecraft story. And he talks, and in it, Al-Hazif is reading from this book, that Al-Zared Hazif is reading from this book. I can't remember, I just said the name, I can't remember it. But, and it's how to summon what they call the Great Old Ones. How to summon and communicate with the Great Old Ones. That was the first story based upon Lovecraft's dreams. And then Lovecraft would have more installments of this story based upon dreams. Which was amazing. He was able to go back to the dream and pick up on the story. He has about 8 or 9 primary deities, maybe even less, 7 primary deities that he talks about. But again, since he made it public domain, you now have 1,000 deities connected or called the Necronomicon deities, but most of them aren't Lovecraft deities. For instance, in 1977, there was a guy named Simon who owned a bookstore. People were coming in asking him for the Necronomicon. So since we know there is no real Necronomicon book by Lovecraft, and since Simon knew that the work was public domain, what Simon did was create a book called the Necronomicon. So now most people get and think they have the original Necronomicon or some Necronomicon book because they have Simon's Necronomicon. Simon's Necronomicon also now is damn near as famous as the rumored Lovecraft Necronomicon. Simon's Necronomicon, in fact, got so famous, Simon wrote a book called Necronomicon, the Book of the Gates, or the Book of the Gates by Simon, talking about the famed first false Necronomicon he wrote. False only because he didn't use Lovecraft's deities, he used Sumerian deities. But Sumerian deities are just as powerful. And these Sumerian deities, as Simon points out in his other book, the Book of the Gates, he talks about how in 1977, all the things that happened when he released his book. The gas crisis, the hostages, Summer Sam, and he said about 4 or 5 more things based upon people getting with this book in these Sumerian deities. So note there's a difference between the Simon Necronomicon and the Lovecraft collective work. Originally, Lovecraft's collective work was called the Cthulhu Mythos because his chief deity was Cthulhu, and there's a whole mythology based upon Cthulhu. And again, this is something I teach in my class, so this is why you lazy Negroes are going to have to take my class if we want to get deeper in this. But how this applies to the Shadow Self in Batman. Because primarily what Lovecraft is talking about or talks about are what he calls these monsters. These monsters rule the world. These monsters went to sleep. There's this war, this whole mythology. He talks about the goings-ons of all of these monsters in this primal world, and then these monsters go to sleep on this earth and in another dimension that's close to ours, that constantly collides with ours. So through ritual on certain days and times, we can actually petition some of the energy from these monsters based upon the spheres or the gates, opening up, closing, and coming close to our dimension. But one day, these monsters, Cthulhu being the chief priest, will rise again and destroy humanity and go back and rule the universe as they did before the great old ones. So now, as occultists, we know this is the story of the Titans. This is the story of Osiris, the sleeping Osiris, that one day will rise, the realm of Osiris, humanity would be done away, blah, 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 blah. But he goes on and on about these monsters. They're monsters, there's monsters, and he talks about them as the primal force. Now, if you have to humanize this, which I do, and I do in detail, because I also have a chapter on the Necronomicon in my book. And what I do is take Lovecraft's original deities and connect them to your humanity, to show you the primal forces in your humanity, which are really monsters. And this is where you get into what Carl Jung was talking about as the shadow self, the unconscious part of you, largely negative, comes in dreams and visions. That's why Lovecraft seen his in dreams and visions, because it was the shadow self communicating to this white man. Now, and of course you say, well, how is this happening when the white man, he has very little melanin? Some white people have more melanin. Well, we'll go with Bobby Hemmett's explanation that this energy took him over to write the story so we all can get the story of it through him. But this process is supposed to happen to the black man and black woman when they start to take that inward journey to know thyself. When they say know thyself, it's not know who you are as panic. That don't exist. That's going to die. It's know the shadow self, which is what you're hearing, the part of me that I was able to raise into the light to be able to reflect that light to you so you could find light. Because the personal side of me that is panic, that should be irrelevant to you. I may be rude, I may be flagellant, my feet may not be what they're supposed to be, and that has nothing to do with you. The only person who need to worry about that is Khadijah. You get what I'm saying? Because she knows me personally as well as she deals with the light on another level. But you are supposed to be looking at the shadow, which I was able to go in and emerge as proof in the pudding, is why I'm confident enough to say to you, you can do the same thing as well, because you're seeing a reflection of it. Me personally, you may not like. This is through dreams, visions, and visions are basically through your meditations and all of these things to communicate this inner journey to the shadow self. The difference is you're not supposed to be going outside fighting crime. That's just a story. But it's based upon occult science. So largely negative. Now, I teach this in my class when we deal with the Necronomicon, that Lovecraft dubbed the monsters that ruled humanity or ruled the universe before humanity existed. While he went to sleep, humanity grew up and evolved into what you have today. These monsters are basically still what we call your primal thought and what Jung called your shadow self, or what in this movie they're calling Batman. What Alfred is constantly, because Alfred represents his consciousness. Alfred is constantly telling him, slow your roll, player. You need to do it like this. He's always guiding him because he's trying to keep him grounded in humanity. Some cases he's trying to ride it out. He represents that little voice. Alfred represents that voice in your head, and we're going to get to that. And so the monsters are constantly, now I tell you, these monsters are with you today. I tell people in my class, guys, if you could give a suck titty hello to every woman you met, you would do that. I said, but you know you would go to jail or be arrested or be dubbed some sort of titty-sucking, grieving freak if you did that. But the thought has occurred. Every single woman, do not lie, if she got nice lips, you're wondering how it feels on the dick. She got a nice ass, you're wondering how it feels bent over. I don't care how you know them. Would you say it to them? No. Why? Because your humanity dictates this is rude, this is unrealistic to do. They'll look at you sideways if you just want like, oh my goodness, could you bend over real quick? You know, you just say that to any woman. Like, but these thoughts do exist. Women, I mean, don't lie. You know, I tell women, you know, if you didn't have so much grief that comes along with you going to a bar and sitting on the dick, perhaps there'll be more dicks in America sat upon. You get what I'm saying? But there's too much grief, nigga following you, motherfucker saying, oh, you nasty. You know what I'm saying? Your mother has told you 1,000 times what a lady does not do. Sit up straight, lady doesn't do that, lady doesn't do that. If you're a lady, a real woman doesn't do that. A lady, to where your humanity will overrule your primal urges. And your urges now are monstrous thoughts compared to your humanity that moralizes you. Freud talked about the id, the superego, the ego, and the superego. And I read that when I was a child, because that's some childish shit to me. But if I remember correctly, the id was your all-freeing thoughts. What I'm talking about, the monsters, the shadow self, or that part of you that would do anything. And one of them, the ego, I think it's the ego, that's he dubbed as your morals, that says, well, you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? How many times you just see a woman go, damn, I want to feel her pussy, or I will fuck her right in Walmart if there wasn't morality involved. So when Lovecraft is talking about the self and the shadow self, he's talking about humanity versus your thoughts. And it's not just nasty thoughts, even though they probably mostly are. But, you know, somebody cut you off on traffic. Don't you feel like if you could just ram your car in the back of their shit, or get out and just shoot them in the face and get back in your car, you do it? Somebody, you ever go on, you about to get online and somebody cut you in Walmart, you like, motherfucker, and or you online, you got a loaf of bread, and them niggas got a whole shopping cart full of shit, and they won't go, yeah, you can go first. You want to go, like, motherfucker, buying eggs with a whip check and all that kind of shit. All of that shit is like, you want to choke a motherfucker, but your humanity know you be sitting in motherfucking county with that bullshit, talking about, damn, I should have kept it calm. All of this is a practical way of explaining how humanity is actually the chain that locks you down from your free thoughts. Now, without a body, you can do your heaven, your afterlife is built with your mind. You can see that in the movie What Dreams May Come with Robin Williams and Cuba Gooding Jr. And it's on Netflix. One of the best movies about what happens when you die in the astral world. And there's worlds after the astral world. You need more? Take the class. In that movie, they talk about you build your worlds with your own mind, basically. And he explains the detail of that. He says, ironically, here, you create your reality with your mind instead of with your physical force. So, and that's true, because you're going to build your afterlife with your mind. And it's your mind, your reality, your universe. Therefore, any thought that comes to mind, you can live that thought out uninhibited by human illusionary morality. Therefore, if you want to be in Walmart in your mind and have a meet and greet fuck, or a meet and greet suck, or fuck on the sponges, you can have at it, because it's only happening with you in your own mind. You're not infringing on another person by doing something like that after you have left the body. And with that being said, that represents these monsters rule the universe. They went to sleep, and these monsters will rule again. So that, and do away with humanity. So with no humanity, you have no inhibition. And that's where we need to be trying to go. But we need to be, but while you have a body, that's what we're trying to realize. Now, a offshoot of that story is Batman. And what Batman is having a realization with his shadow self, but his shadow self is acting out human human agenda, becoming a hero or an anti-hero, if you will, because he's still melanin, so he's an anti-hero. He's the other side of hero, but yet again, he's still fighting crime. But really, he's interfacing with other sides of melanin. He's communicating with other sides of melanin as the bad guys. Now, again, I said Tim Burton, who did the first '89 Batman, he was not at all, or is not at all, an occultist. I haven't seen him, you know what I'm saying, the Planet of the Apes. Visually stunning, but the science is always lacking. You get what I'm saying? Now, but this is what they do, because the movie was such a big movie. They always give you that message. And if you go online, you can see there were a lot of rewrites in this movie. Because once the promotion started doing what it was doing, and people took on to start this mouth-watering plight for this Batman movie to come, it must have got some occult attention by the powers that be, and they encoded a message in that movie. And this was the message of that time. In '85 was the crack epidemic, and what was interesting, there's no words, because I lived through that epidemic. There is no words that I can say to you today, unless you were there, to describe the unmitigated debauchery of the crack epidemic in 1985 and 1986. There is nothing I can say to you to even come close to the smell that was in the air during the crack epidemic of 1986. I do remember being on tour at the time, and I would go to Rhode Island, and I remember my boy DJ Buck in Rhode Island, and I said, "Did crack get out here yet?" He was like, "No," and I started trying to explain to him what the fucks was going on in New York City at this time. This was the same year, this was still 86. This was still 86. So now he was like, okay, you know. Then I remember a few months later coming back to Rhode Island after the crack epidemic, and him trying to explain the shit to me and could not. But I say there was nothing and has been nothing, and we talking about heroin and meth and all of that, to kind of describe the shit that was going on. Or I'll try. I remember some girl came from Jamaica, Queens, selling crack in Queensbridge. I remember we went to her house so she could re-up, and her peoples she was staying out in Queensbridge, because Queensbridge was a hot spot to get money. She came out there to get money, so she's at her cousin's house as headquarters. And in Queensbridge, we had these radiators with these radiator caps everywhere, and you could open up the radiator caps. So you could open up the radiator caps and hide shit in there. So what's funny is I was talking to my pops. My pops said, yeah, he used to hide shit in the radiator caps too. I don't remember what he said it was. It was some shit he said he was hiding in them caps, because the caps at my house was loose when I was little. I was like, why they loose? Then I talked to my father later. He said this nigga was hiding some shit in there as well. Fucking deviant guy. So we went to a house to re-up, and I remember going into this crack house. This is early before crack house was on TV. The kids in this motherfucker, they were eating a bowl of cold green beans with this thick layer of slime over each bean. So the shit was so old. It was the most amazing shit. It was, you know, this shit was traumatizing at the time. I didn't know. There was just so much trauma. You just VHSs, and just all the fine chicks was fucking and sucking. It was just, this shit was Gotham City. You get what I'm saying? Now, what's interesting is in the movie, in the '89 movie, they dropped the Joker. His plan was a chemical plan that one product wouldn't do it alone. People were getting fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Getting fucked up. They was getting this Joker face, smiley face, meaning they was getting high off of Joker products. and they didn't know what the products were. So it was ordinary household products, they said. Ordinary household products. That's what they said. But we don't know what it is. This was in the movie. So they said stop using deodorant, toothpaste, and all the regular shit. Now, in the movie. So now, come to find out in the movie that Batman decodes that it's not just one product, it's the combination of products. If you use deodorant, toothpaste, hairspray together, you about to get smiley face. This was a code because what they were saying is this crack epidemic that they still was in, but it was at the height of the crack epidemic because crack was just dying down, 89, 90. People was just starting to figure out rehab for crack. So it was just after the crack epidemic, they dropped this movie and they tell you it's not one product, it's a combination of products. And at the same time in 89 is when they stopped giving out the free government cheese. So me and Bobby were talking about it. Bobby said he talked about it in the lecture at that time that it wasn't crack alone, because crack is still out now and there's no epidemic. Crack is almost damn near like weed compared to what it was during this epidemic. It's because it was a combination of government cheese and a rock cocaine at that time that created the epidemic. Because if you remember, everybody had a motherfucking hook of that goddamn cheese up in their refrigerator. And we used to rock with that goddamn cheese. We wasn't even on welfare and we had that shit. You didn't even have to be on welfare to go down and get a hook of that goddamn cheese. You know what I'm saying? We used to cut for like 40 minutes to make some cheese and crackers. You wouldn't be able to shit for like 72 hours eating that cheese. But if you smoke that cheese and that cocaine, epidemic level. You know what I'm saying? And they dropped in the movie, it's a combination of products, and they said it's in your ordinary household. Chances are you already have it already. Talking about the hook of the cheese. So that was the occult science on the 89 movie. Or not really the occult science, that was the occult message, or they showed the occult agenda in that movie. In the newer Batmans is where you get into the more occult guy. I forgot the guy's name. I should have got the guy's name. Chris Nolan. Right. Chris Nolan did all the Batman movies. Chris Nolan also did Inception. He did a couple of other movies. I should have got all his movies. But Inception is enough to prove the point that he's clearly an occultist, which means Batman is an occult movie. Ain't no guessing about it. Ain't no guessing about it. It definitely is. I did a breakdown of Inception because it was probably a very, very deep movie for what it was. All right. So now we're going to get into these first Batmans. What I did is I have some notes. And I'm going to try to stick to the notes as best as I can. My writing, while you're writing on the movies, I'm going to try to see as much as I can get out of it. But you'll get the gist. And if I can't remember what I wrote in the notes, I'll be able to point you to whatever. We're going to go through all three movies. First, the name Gotham. Gotham. That is nothing but a breakdown of Sodom, Gotham, and Gomorrah, Gotham, G-O. Get them? So Gotham is nothing but Sodom and Gomorrah, you know what I'm saying? Which is also America. And I think I wrote something else on that as well. On the Gotham, I may have wrote it down here as we go through it. So now the first movie is really the foundation because he meant for all three of them to match up. The first movie is The Fall of Man. And like with most movies, but especially in this movie, you'll hear the dialogue or the true story through the bad guy. They always tell you the true story through the bad guy because to your conscious mind, he's the bad guy and anything he says is wrong. Why? He's the fucking bad guy. And he's going to fail. The good guy is always going to win. So the bad guy, no matter what comes out of his mouth, you never take it seriously because he's the bad guy. So this offers an opportunity for the bad guy to tell you absolute truth in every movie. So that's a rule. Whenever you watch any movie, especially an occult movie, pay attention to the bad guy. He's talking about you, the black man, the primal self, and so on and so forth. Why they keep trying to put themselves in these positions is because what they're trying to do is create a mythology that puts them into that. You gotta remember, what's alchemy? What really is changing you is really your thoughts. There's no physical lead to gold. There's no your thoughts is what's going to reshape or evolve you. So they have to offer you something that's going to constantly work on your thoughts. And this is called stereotypes in movies. You see the same stereotype or the same character reliving the same issue or doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. Black man's always dying. Black woman always cold, unforgiving, and I don't need no man. White woman always needs assistance. You gotta remember, while we laugh, oh, how come the white woman always gonna fall? The white woman always needs to be rescued because she's putting herself in the ultimate place of the feminine energy to rescue that black ass. You get what I'm saying? Because rat matter needs to be rescued. That's what the fair maiden is. That's what the sleeping beauty is. Your soul represents the fair maiden or the feminine energy. And it needs to be rescued by the Horus or the prince. Nothing to do with man or woman or man dominating woman. It's us playing a role. You rescue her in the spirit world, she'll rescue you. In the spirit world, the feminine is more active than the masculine. So the masculine is the active initiating role to raise up the sleeping consciousness, which is represented by the feminine. So they've been trying to represent the white woman as that. That's why she's always falling, always helpless, and we laughing at that shit while they're turning the black woman's role into this man. Fuck you, I don't need no man, which means I am a man. You get what I'm saying? Oh, no, ain't no nigga gonna do nothing for me. Ain't no nigga gotta do nothing for me. You know what I'm saying? Which means, if a nigga ain't gotta do nothing for me, I can do it for myself. Means I'm a man. That's a roundabout way of saying, I'm gonna take you out your role as the ultimate goddess. Now, I understand the concept of the warrior goddess and all the rest of that thing, but we're not talking about that shit. A warrior goddess needs to sit on some dick as well. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about, they're talking about you becoming a man. And then, of course, they have this white man as the undying, always getting shot, keep it going hero. And they have the black man as your ever-loving assistant. You know, you get shot, don't worry about me, you just keep on going, fucking Bill. You know what I mean? Arnold, Bruce, and all the rest of them. So this is a science, and you see this over and over again in the form of what we call stereotype. Now, ironically, the word stereotype in the Webster's dictionary or Webster's thesaurus, whichever I know it's in the dictionary where whatever word definition, they also give you the synonyms. The official synonym for stereotype is the word ritual. So when you say they're doing stereotypes in movies, another way of saying it based upon a synonymous word is they're doing rituals in movies. So when you say they're doing rituals in movies, a stereotype is a ritual. The black man always dying, the black women always sassy, always willing to tell you off, don't need nobody, unloving. Like I said, if you always see every black woman, John, tell the truth, ain't it? Say it again, motherfucker, don't make me get up off this seat. But the reality is, all the black women I know, ain't none of them like that. You know what I'm saying? All of them are tender, loving, nurturing, forgiving, patient, smiling, sensitive, sweet, profound, deep. They're stern, but they're stern for you. They're forgiving. I could go on and on for days about the magnificence of all the black women that I met on this planet, and none of them or none of that you see portrayed in fucking movies. Instead, you're things like The Fucking Help, you know what I'm saying? sassy, that nigga need to get the fuck up on out of here. Now, of course, that exists, but so the fuck what? Everything, you can name anything that exists. There's an imbalance of that shit in Hollywood, which is nothing but, you gotta remember, this stereotype goes around the world, and these images go around the world. And while you may say, oh, that's cute to see Oprah do that, or this nigga Medea do that, or Meet the Browns and all the rest of that shit, because you in your mind have a more broader understanding of black men. So Meet the Browns and Martin and them are not a big thing to you, because for every Martin you can name 10 fathers who went to work every day, who came home with dirty hands or came home in a suit every day, because you can name 10 of them, and Meet the Browns only represent an aspect to the entire world. They don't have these images. So for them, there is nothing but Meet the Browns. So for all the hard-working men that do whatever they do as humans to go out and work, they're finding it hard. For all you niggas that sitting around going, we need better jobs, we need to do all of that. It's hard because you allow shit like Meet the Browns to exist. So you niggas who are trying to fight for jobs and better schooling and more respect and whatever and more money, what y'all need to do is attack those images. Media. There's a brother, I don't even know who he is, but talked about a 5-tier program for economics. So first you need liquid money. He said step 2, you need to buy the fucking police so they can protect your ass instead of getting beat by them. He said then step 3 in this building, you need to buy politicians with all that money you made in step 1. Then step 4, you need to buy media, which is step 5, to be able to communicate to your people. Step 4, to communicate to your people, to inform them and to show whatever images. He said, I can't remember step 5, but step 5 put the crown on it, and it's in that documentary Hidden Colors, this brother. Now for me, I'm an occultist. That's not my agenda, but again, if we got into it, I'll be the first nigga on the boat doing it as well, because while we are here, I being an occultist does not make me be able to stand on a mountain with a stick and go, thou shalt not pass. No, we do whatever we need to do to get it done. My heart and love and energy is for occult science and transformation. My spirituality is rich. You know what I'm saying? I don't need a 5-step program. You know what I'm saying? Only one thing, dealing with the self, shadow self. Now, everything else is a human act. And if in anything we could score, any way we could come off, any good ideas, I'm all for it. But it's only second to my science. But I'm all for it. But those who are dedicated to that, I do not knock you for being dedicated to that. Y'all just need to understand, y'all having a hard time, primarily not from chemtrails and what they're doing in the corporate office, these images. No one takes you seriously if your name is fucking Medea, Best Man's Holiday, and all the rest of that silly shit. No one's going to take you seriously. It takes you at a one-dimensional level. And until you're able to attack those stereotypes, which is synonymous with the word rituals, so until you're able to defunk those rituals, you're not going to get anywhere. So Gotham City is Sodom and Gomorrah. And this movie is about the fall of man. So like most occult movies, the first thing you have to learn in the occult is that you actually fell down here. And it's easier said than done, because most people think that this is where you need to be. And even to have a hope thing, and they even cover that in this movie, even to have a hope thing going on about what you can possibly be based upon what you were before as pyramid builders, and this hope of taking over, economic freedom, all of this stock you're putting in these children who are just going to be you putting stock in their children next. This routine of going nowhere based upon hope is actually basically what Bruce Wayne actually gave up. And this is also another reason why they depict him as a rich man. Because if you were poor, it's easy to give up hope, at least in theory. But when you're rich, it's kind of saying you got a lot to live for. So is showing you how important it is for him to be Batman, because his human life is rich. That's why they did it with Iron Man too. You know what I'm saying? He's a rich man, but he's still driven. You know what I'm saying? To become the Iron Man. You know what I mean? So, or even in Coming to America, when they show you this is the point they're making in the movie, when Eddie Murphy was still compelled to go to New York and go work, live with a big rat and take all this demeaning shit, even though he's a prince, for this concept of love, which is just important as well. And really, like I always talk about in that movie, that is another occult movie as well, with a hidden message done by John Landis, who did Thriller, who is an occultist, and it represents the black man coming to Earth, or even the black woman coming to Earth to find love of self. Is basically, yes, he already had love, which was his first wife. He already had a guaranteed trip to the throne like you, but he felt he had to come and do alchemy. So he had to start from the bottom to merge with a new form of love, or make himself new in this movie Coming to America. So it's the same thing when they show you this rich person who needs nothing, and he's still compelled to do something that's dangerous, or he's driven by a higher purpose, which is Bruce Wayne. Now, here for us, we have this problem of trying to fix America. America was birthed in debauchery, but every single black man who knows this by nature still walks around trying to explain how to fix it. You should be trying to survive in it, I get that, but they're still trying to explain how to fix it through Democrats and Republicans and all the rest of this ridiculousness, through marching and through getting our piece of the rock and investing. Somebody was emailing me telling me how much I need to invest in trademarks or some kind of shit and get my shit copywritten. Like, I don't forget, I listen to your lectures all the time. And another dude, I listen to your lectures all the time. We need to get together as black people and come together in a conscious group, and because the government and the white man. I said, so you mean to tell me you listening to me and you come up with that fucking end result? When the fuck have you ever heard me talk about getting together? When would I bring conscious people together to put our name under one fucking banner? You sound like the fucking government. She said, oh no, I'm not the government. You don't have to be paranoid. So I'm not paranoid. I'm just sick of you. I'm fucking more annoyed than paranoid. I'm fucking annoyed. You fucking would even come at me with this ridiculousness about getting together, and not only that, out of emotionalism for some guy who got killed by the cops, and that they decide to make you worry about. This is because one simple thing, and I said all of that to show you this one simple thing of step one in consciousness is understanding the fall of man, that you actually fell, that what you are as a human being, as a rich Bruce Wayne human being, or a poor genocidal human being, or a human being that sat under the shadow of the pyramids, Angkor Wats, or whatever scientific thing you like to put your flag on, which you do deserve to put your flag on, but what you like to put your flag on as a part of your pride, versus you living in Watts or wherever the fuck it is you live in, and you can't stand the sight of them chicken and waffle places and all the liquor stores that you walk by every day. No matter how you slice it, being a human is the worst part of you, no matter what context you in. Now, I'll give you another quick example. If that's the case, all the Egyptians that you love being and naming yourself after, all of them, the science of what they were talking about was quite simply this, that how to get out of this place and never come back. So if they were so happy, they were so proud, they were so Egyptian, they were so advanced, why would their most advanced thought was trying to get out of this earth and never come back? So they understood no matter what they was doing, building pyramids and drinking Egyptian beer, fucking Het Haru, whatever the fuck they was doing, they still understood that they were in a situation as a man in their worst case incarnation, their worst case scenario. Once you can grasp that, you're at the foundation of where you need to go to get out of it. All of the science is about how you came down here and how you got out. The whole science of Lucifer is the science of you falling for light. Lucifer is you. You were the most beautiful in heaven, and now you're on earth in hell. It is simple as that. So, the first line in Batman, this is the first Batman of the new Batman's, Batman Beginnings. And they call it Beginnings because it's the beginning of his consciousness. So, the first thing you see is Bruce in jail. And the dude says to him, "You're in hell, little man, I'm the devil. You're in hell, little man, I'm the devil." Occult code. So, if we know this is dealing with the fall of the man, he's trying to tell you step one of Bruce's conscious realization. You're in hell, little man, I'm the devil. So he's basically trying to tell you the human, and they actually showed him in jail to show you an extreme version of this particular lockdown. Jail is an extreme version of or mimicking your human prison. This cell, they call it your cells. You're in a cell. You know what I'm saying? And you go into a jail cell. It's the same shit. Alright? So then Bruce gets into a fight with them. So Ra's al Ghul comes to Bruce. Ra's al Ghul is the bad guy of this, and he represents Bruce's initiation into the mystery system. The mystery system basically is the initiation into melanin. The League of Shadows, or the League of Melanin. Alright? So he doesn't know he's Ra's al Ghul yet. He thinks he's just initiating him because he's playing his hidden role. He says to him, "Are you so desperate to fight criminals, you lock yourself and fight them one at a time?" So he's telling Bruce, are you so desperate that you come to Earth to fight them in singularity, basically one at a time? Basically, are you so desperate that you came into polarity to have these earthly experiences to go through reincarnation? Basically, you're fighting one at a time. You come as Panic, you come as Bill, you come as this one, you come as that one. So he's saying this is an act of desperation to come to Earth, basically. And Bruce tells him, "I fought 7, which is a reference to the 7 chakras. And then Ra's al Ghul tells him, "No, I count 6. So basically he's saying, no, you're going through all of this, but you haven't opened up that main chakra, the pineal gland, where the melanin is, the shadow self. Or he's talking about you haven't hit the League of Shadows, which is the pineal gland. And in this case, it'll be the 7th chakra. Even I know the crown is 7, but he's talking about you need to open up your pineal gland." Raz tells Bruce he's basically lost on Earth. He tells him about the League of Shadows. He's telling him about the 7th chakra, or the 7th, or the chakra he needs to open up next. You know what I mean? Or you can look at his, I count 6, and he was talking about he was at the 6th chakra, the pineal, and that's what he has to deal with next. Boom, boom, boom. And you can look at the League as the crown as well, because they went to the mountains. You know, things are together anyway. So they started talking about a vigilante, and Ra's al Ghul tells him a vigilante can be locked up or destroyed. A vigilante can be locked up or destroyed. And what he was trying to tell him is about a method of attack. So, all you niggas out there marching for Michael Brown in Ferguson can be locked up or destroyed. This is not the path. All you niggas think you sticking it to niggas, you mad, you emotional about these cops, sticking it to nigga. A vigilante can be locked up or destroyed. Cut it out. He's telling you, we got an answer for that. So, why you think you sticking it to these motherfuckers by marching, protesting, doing all of that. You need to understand they got this methodology down pat. They have an answer for that. What they're hoping to do is create the response that they need. You protesting, marching, holding signs, knocking fools up in the head, coming to the shit with guns, while they have a cop response, no matter what that response is, extra violent, or you think you got them against the wall, long as they can dictate the response, you can be locked up or destroyed, or they can control this whole scenario. You need to understand ritual. When they're doing this Mike Brown, they at the same time they release the movie Let's Be Cops. Y'all niggas ain't getting this shit. Y'all don't get it. If y'all don't get it, I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm talking to the ones who get it. You know what I'm saying? And y'all gonna get this shit today. They operate in the realm of ritual, subconscious programming. If you see a conscious act, you can throw it the fuck away. It is only meant to impact, let's just make up a number, 30% of reality. That 70% and more, in certain circumstances, is designed to really be what's happening until you're able to dissect, decode the shadow in every story. You are not doing your professional black work, nigga. Your professional melanin work. Until you're able to decode the shadow. Because they operate or have to operate in the shadow, because the shadow is what dictates your reality. And they're trying to deal and impact reality. They're not trying to deal your conscious mind, because your conscious mind is the realm of argument, the realm of ego, the realm of opinion. So that's why they try to stimulate opinion. That's why they had a bunch, and I seen on Facebook, they had a bunch of black people, black men, holding up signs saying, I support the police. I support the police. And we'll say, oh, the sellout nigga, the mind control 101, and this nigga don't know. But if you pick the other side, you're under the fucking same mind control, you dumb motherfucker. He's under one level of mind control, but they're displaying the other level of mind control. You're talking about a puppet master. As long as you're on one end of the string fighting whoever, you're still under mind control when you pull a fucking side. So you're down on this dude for holding up a sign, I don't like the police and I don't support the police. And you're like, no, he's fucked up. They got him, but they got your dumb ass. Now I get it. I get it. Everyone's going to have opinion, myself included, about, because I do have what they call human compassion. I'm compassionate when they kill somebody. I'm compassionate when I see something happen to a little black girl, some police doing some injustice. We know that's imbalance, we know that's injustice. But once you start to put your emotion in it, we're talking about a different thing. You're going to have an emotional reaction and you get it. But it allows me to do my work. It allows me to bring you this information, because I understand the true way we're going to get out. If I allow that emotion to shape me, where I'm outside marching, holding up signs, rallying against police and all that, for two things. There are people on this planet to do that. I let them do that. This message is not for them. If conscious people are doing this and trying to balance it between consciousness and this, then you have a problem. Number one, you're not really conscious, because if you was conscious of this and what we're talking about, it wouldn't interest you on that level. It interests me on the level as a scientist, and what a scientist does, he observes. I observe this, understand this, and speak to it, not get emotionally wrapped up. So if I was emotional enough to hold up a sign that says I support the police, and you guys say I'm under mind control, if you're emotional enough to hold up a sign and say I support Mike, what's his name, I'm gonna have to say it, you're under mind control too. You get what I'm saying? Because that's really not going to help either. You get what I'm saying? It's not going to help either. It doesn't help him. So then, of course, there's the next one. Do rituals for him. Well, how come you niggas get metaphysical and laws of attraction-y and laws of cause and effect? Cause and effect and the laws of Tahuti, and I understand the wisdom of Tahuti, well, until it affects some emotional shit in you. Because based upon the laws of cause and effect and the laws of the principle of cause and effect and the laws of attraction and all this shit, and there's no accident, and this law of cause and effect is only not understood if you're thinking some coincidence should happen, but everything is based upon the causality, or every effect is based upon causality, is based upon, or we should be able to understand that no matter how you die here, it is something you call for, because it can be no other way. There's no such thing as an accident, coincidence, or no one's will can supersede your will. If an elephant is looking to trample somebody and you got trampled, then it was a perfect union and y'all met up in a perfect balance, all that Mayat shit you're talking about. For instance, if I'm a criminal and I'm looking to victimize somebody, that means I have to say no, not you, yes, you. Because something in you attracted me to that based upon cause and effect, causality. So each death, even if you're walking down the street and a motherfucking piano falls on your head, is something you call for. You're in control, no matter how you go. And it's your path. What happened to all this? That's your path. You know what I'm saying? Some shit is in your favor. You know what I'm saying? It's your path. Some shit is out of your favor. That beast did it. The beast. You know what I'm saying? Cut it out. You can't be metaphysical on Tuesday and Trayvon Martin on Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? What you need to do is start talking to these niggas and see what they have to say. Mr. Magical motherfuckers, what do they have to say? You get what I'm saying? So now, when you talk to them and find out what they have to say, you'll see they came and their path was to die like that because you have thousands of black people who do not find or know light. So therefore, this particular cause will bring them further into light. So it's for them. Conscious people, you should be of a greater mind and leave this to lesser minds. Remember the Matrix? We all came to do what we came to do. You need to pick what the fuck you came to do. You get what I'm saying? See, I'm living in what I came to do, and when I say it, you need to not be emotional about how coarse it sounds, because I'm basing this on a choice. See, if I made the choice to be a rallying nigga, then I'd be out there with a sign that will be better than yours. You need to believe that. But I'm not that nigga based upon a choice. If that's the choice you made, you need not to frown on anybody else's choice, as I do not frown on anybody else who decides to march. I frown on those who decides to sit amongst us and call themselves conscious. I frown upon it in my duty, because my path says I need to call you on your frequency. And if it is what it is, so be it. But if you chose and your goal is to find a greater light, well, I am here to do that for you. You need to please believe that. And I'm going to challenge you in your thinking in every which way I go. You have to leave childish things with child. It is not to have, you need to find a balance with your compassion. You understand what I'm saying? Most people think compassion has everything to do with human compassion. But if you understand the goddess of compassion, who I had intimate dealings with, you need to believe Kuan Yin. And I can tell you this from a personal perspective. She taught me the deeper initiation of compassion. You understand what I'm saying? And it has nothing to do with human compassion, but has everything to do with compassion of the true self. Is why I'm here today speaking on the shadow self, because it has everything to do with the compassion of true self. Has nothing to do with something that's going to die any goddamn way. The same niggas that sit around talking about they ready to die, they ready for the earth to end, they never coming back to the earth, and then this Mike Ferguson Brown guy dies, gets killed by the police, and it's really your ego that's saying, I hate Whitey. And I want Whitey to stop doing it. Whitey, the Caucasoid, the cracker, the Tamahu. That's really what you're mad at. See what I'm saying? Because you know, this is how you know it's a part of the ego, because you did it with this guy and you did it with goddamn Trayvon Martin, you would say these words. It could happen to me. It could happen to my kid. That's why this needs to stop. So nobody said, I feel certain compassion for Trayvon Martin. You know, people said it, yeah, I feel sorry for his family. Because they're thinking in the context that what if it happened to them or their family? So it's really still about your ego. It's not even about this kid. That's why you forgot all about this motherfucker. It's a new nigga that you need to think about. You know what I'm saying? You forgot all about this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't really about him. Before that, it was Sean Bell. And I'm sure 10 other motherfuckers in between that time. But you forgot all about it. Because they're force-feeding you these stories to keep you occupied, because whether you pick their side or the other side, as long as you pick a side, as long as you play the game, they got you. You got to stop playing this game. There's a statement in Gnosticism that says, I am in it, but not of it. And that's what leads into what I'm telling you. You need to find a compassion for something greater than their humanity. I have a compassion for this Mike Brown, for Trayvon Martin, for something that's greater in them. It's joyous that they are no longer here. They are laughing at you, silly niggas. They are no longer here. They are laughing at you. My compassion is for their transformation and what they had to go through to obtain their transformation. I'm more compassionate than some police beat them in the head and rob them of fucking 40 more years of fucking misery. You know what I'm saying? 40 more years and them watching other motherfuckers get beat in the head. Raped, battered, old ladies dying of all the shit old ladies die from. You know what I'm saying? I can go on for days. Let me finally get to some of this Batman shit. Ra's al Ghul says to Batman, someone like you is here by choice. Whether whatever your original intentions, you become lost. Now, again, remember, Ra's is telling them that this is the fall, this is how you fall, this is you coming to planet Earth. So you may have come here by choice, and you'll find this in Occult Science, that, you know, in the Spirits book by Alan Karnak. It's a good book. It's a whole entire book of channels. It's one of the books where it's random. You can't read it through. It's like a reference book. And it's basically a whole entire book of them talking to spirits and questioning Q&A for spirits in the spirit world. So in one of the areas he's talking, he says there's these young gods who say, I'm going to go to Earth and turn that motherfucker out, basically. And these older gods said, wait. No, you don't want to go to Earth. And the young gods like, fuck that, nigga. We gods, nigga. We do what we do, nigga. And he's like, well, listen. When you go to Earth, you get something they call a baby brain. And when you get this baby brain, you forget who you are. You know, and basically you might be on the side of the road, you know, sucking dick at a rest stop or some kind of shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's one book where they say, but it's pretty much, you'll hear that come up a lot in Occult Science, that the God in the movie Pan's Labyrinth, that's another one. In the opening, they said there was this girl who wanted to know what the smell of a rose was like, the feel of wind, the feel of rain falling on her head. So basically she came to Earth and forgot who she was. And that's the story of in the Mason Hiram Habib getting hit on his head, forgetting who he was. You know what I'm saying? The black man, black woman. So we know that to be true. So when Ra's is saying someone like you may have came here by choice, but whatever your original intentions, you have become lost. All right? And he also tells him, Ra's al Ghul tells Bruce Wayne, devote yourself to an ideal. You must become something else entirely. So this is another way of saying devote yourself to this consciousness. This is what I talked about earlier when I said that I personally and I can't speak for others, and I'm sure others will say this as well, have made a choice. I made a choice a while ago to say, I'm going to dedicate, and actually I heard Bobby say it. Somebody asked Bobby Hemmett on tape, what made you decide to do this, blah, blah, blah. He said, well, when I decided to become conscious, he said, I was going to study this and go wherever it took me. He said, if it had took me all the way back to the church and Jesus Christ, there I would have sat. Now, to me, I thought this was absolutely profound. This was before I even met Bobby. I thought this was absolutely profound. And it set me up for what I've studied later and understood how important it was to study without an agenda. He didn't say those exact words, but that's what he was talking about. And later on, I found myself, I said, because being that what Bobby said is stuck in my head, when I found this out myself, it made a lot of sense when I studied myself, where it says how to study without an agenda. And when I teach the chakras in my class, I break this down detailed. Now, for all of y'all who don't know, my class, and now is the time, I just finished the cycle. Now is the time to sign up for the new class. Prices are very cheap. You can find them on my website. Also payment plans, occultlectures.com, occult lectures with an S.com, OCCULTLECTURES.com, occultlectures.com. Come see me. I got herb packs, of course, for your pineal gland, spiritual baths, readings, deity readings. Okay, let me tell y'all and explain this well. My Queen Khadijah, you heard me talk about it for years, has now decided she was always psychic, always a spiritualist, but I just used that home for me. I would not share her with the world because you protested niggas ain't unworthy. But I do not control her. And she decided to do readings now. And she has been doing readings for a certain few. Some of the readings that people were going to get from me, the deity readings, they just went to her gateway readings. And people are flabbergasted at how profound she is. But this is something I always knew. So, what you need to do is get one of these readings. She does deal with the Akasha. She's going to do full Akashic readings soon. But she does deal with Akasha in the reading that she gives now. Very cheap. What you can do is go to occultlectures.com. At the top, you'll see something that says About Panic. And under there, you'll see Samadhi readings. Click on that, and that's the information on how to get the readings, or just to email her with questions or whatever. Or you can email her at samadhimassage@hotmail.com. Samadhi is SAMEDI, the word massage, MASSEGE, @hotmail.com. Or you can go to occultlectures.com at the top under About Panic and email her. You can also go to my website. At the bottom of the page, you'll see links to Bobby Hemmett's donation, his love fund for his health. Very important that you donate there. It's still going on. He's still getting the money. He still needs the money. His therapy is going well. He's still in therapy. He's doing much better because of your donations, because of your help. So if you gave $20, then I know you can afford to do it again after almost 6-7 months later. Do what you can, $5, whatever. It all helps. He's getting all the money. It is benefiting him. So and it is legit. So go to my website, occultlectures.com. Bottom of the page, you'll be able to donate to Bobby Hemmett. He's doing much better thanks to your donations. And, it's just happy that you guys are taking care of him in the way that you are. So all of that's at occultlectures.com. Like I said, my herb packs, I got over 10 different herb packs. You can also get spiritual baths, powders, oils, you name it. I got all the occult shit, more occult shit coming soon. It's a party going on, occultlectures.com. So let me get to it. All right, so he says, devote yourself to an ideal, become something else entirely. As I pointed out, this is very important to understand how dedicated or strict you need to be in your consciousness. You're not just every way picking up on whatever fad. Within the realm of consciousness, it's not just all one thing, which I see people merging it all together to be accepted. So 1 minute they're saying this philosophy, next minute they're saying that philosophy, based upon fitting in with everybody else. If a group of people think that's the way to go, then they'll say that just to fit in. If a group of people saying that's the way to go, they'll say that to fit in. And this is not real consciousness. This is just social fucking. This is just social. This is just trying to be a social, like fucking Paris Hilton. You know what I mean? Just to be a social. They call it a social mediaite or whatever the fuck they call it. A socialite. You know what I'm saying? You need to understand that there's different levels in this consciousness. And, like for instance, Bobby Hemmett was telling me he was in C. Freeman L's class. C. Freeman L basically said some shit about humanity and let humanity do that, and them niggas need to do that, And Bobby said at the time, he said he didn't understand. He was like, wow, that's a real coarse thing to say. Why does C. Freeman L, say something so coarse about humanity and let them just do whatever the fuck they do? Who cares? And it was about somebody who died. You know what I mean? The same cop killing shit that you niggas is reacting to today, but of that time. So then Bobby was basically saying it took him a while and more study to kind of understand what that meant and where he was coming from. And same thing here, I had to understand what that meant and how you stick to that ideal, as Ra's al Ghul was saying, to become something else entirely. So me knowing that I needed to become something else entirely, not just a guy philosophizing about how I'm a god because some ancestor built a pyramid and because they were black and had the same fucking noses, I get to walk around proud. So in calling myself Ptah makes me that god. That's not enough for me. You know what I'm saying? Calling yourself Mayat should not just make you that goddess. That shouldn't be enough. So you have to devote yourself to an ideal. You get what I'm saying? And more than just a theory, but a sound theory. And you can find that theory in all that shit you keep saying, in your melanin, in your kundalini, in your pineal. Well, when you follow these things and study these things for real and correspond these things, you get what I'm saying? You start to become something else. You start to actualize or actually become something else. Not just a guy talking about it. You're really doing the alchemy when you're studying this work. I show you how to do that in my class. That's what's the benefit of my class. I show you how to become hands-on. And that's what he's talking about when he says devote yourself to an ideal. So when the chips get hard, you're all conscious and talking about this deep philosophy of death and how you're not scared to die and how its freedom is dying. You really going back to heaven when you dying and all this shit about dying until somebody like Mike Brown dies, and then all of a sudden, see, you didn't devote yourself. All of a sudden, this is a tragedy and this got to stop and we need to find a better way and all this kind of shit. Get it together. So now Bruce gets out of jail, and you see this is where you see the chakra aspect of the story come into play. The jail represented the 3 lower chakras. And I talk about it in my class about the concept of the 3 lower chakras and their earthly connection, the red, orange, and yellow. Stop being cheap, come to class, and you'll find out yourself for detail. And they show him walking over these green hills. That represented the heart chakra. They show him walking over these green hills. He has to find a blue flower. That's the throat chakra. You know what I'm saying? Creativity and so on and so forth. So when he gets there, they tell him, this is where they get into this aspect of the story about fear. And they tell him to master his fears. And the shadow self, or the dark side of you, represents fear. You can see this greatly in the movie about Darth Vader. Because, when they show Darth Vader, who represents the shadow self of Anakin, he represents the shadow self of Anakin, what they're talking about is and they ensconce him or bring him into the world of fear. You get what I'm saying? Or into the realm of fear, or they present him in a way where, okay, somebody must have heard this and paid for class. It's like you want to rejoice when they pay for class. Not only can I be able to keep the light bill on, I'll be able to teach somebody the science of stuff. So mastering your fear. So like I said, Darth Vader, they presented him, or the dark side, they always present as fear, because most of us are actually in fear of the shadow self. So all these niggas are talking about all this melanin, but they're actually in fear of it. See, I noticed the fear. And if we were talking about something else in a different context, when a nigga start running his mouth giving you scientific excuses, you like, that nigga's just scared. So when I hear, like, we could take a little thing like Baphomet, all these reasons why niggas ain't fucking with it. Oh, the white man, and this is it. I'm like, well, you're scared because Baphomet is a symbol of enlightenment. That's number one. So if you was enlightened, you would be able to see that light. Get what I'm saying? And you only, like, you got to have light in your third eye to be able to see the light coming out of a symbol of darkness. And my brother in the struggle, Bobby Hemmett, pointed out, he said all them pictures where you see black people, you know, nigga holding up the world, the black woman pregnant, the black man holding the baby, and all of these movies, he said those are images for like children. You get what I'm saying? Because they don't challenge the subconscious mind. These so-called darker images are designed to challenge and speak to the darker part of you. Mind you, as I pointed out, they represent beauty on the other side, or the true light on the other side. Down here, they represent darkness based upon that light, or your soul, being oppressed. Your oppressive soul is reflecting, or your light in the body is a reflection of the ugliness that's surrounded you. So your humanity is actually the ugly thing. We just have come to look at that in a reversed role, as your humanity is beautiful and what humans can become is beautiful, and a human helping humans is beautiful. No, what's in you can be looked at as beautiful, because you could do a human act that's beautiful, or a human act you could do ugly as well. I go to your office right now and shit on your desk. That's the potential of humanity as well as the potential to save 1,000 ducks from sure death. You get what I'm saying? Or to save a kid from jumping in front of a kid before he got hit by a car. Yeah, that potential is in humanity, but the same potential to throw a fucking kid in front of a car exists in you too. That's the duality that's in you. So human acts are good and bad, but you have fell in a polarized station, without getting into all of that. All right, so then you hear that statement, Bruce Wayne thinks, why do we fall, Bruce? So we can learn to pick ourselves back up. So why do we fall? So we can do the alchemy. That gets into the movie Coming to America again. He only came down here to go back to his short kingdom. So you're never in peril. You're only lost in the source. So you may fall into the cycles of reincarnation because you have fell in love with this false light, this lesser light, this debauchery, this vomit, this cesspool called humanity, called the earth, this debauchery, this mishap, this flaw. So you fell in love with this light, so you're falling into the cycles of time because what you truly are has gone too deep into darkness. It's falling too deep into darkness. You're too far behind. So it's hard for you to bring it back to the light. Our consciousness is right there. You guys have brought more of this darkness in the light, but but you have this false light still fucking with you. It's under the name of police brutality. It's under the name of chemtrails. It's under the name of Tyler Perry. It's under the name of goddamn I'm Deep on Facebook. It's under the name of Call Me Batara Sud Amut I Mayat El Bay. It's under the false of of paying rent, your bills, all of these things you're finding it, or your struggle on earth is finding as false light that is in total opposition to the true self, which is a form of darkness. So we fall down here so we can get up. That's the true path to get up. That's the true story. But you forget and go into fear. And that's what was happening to Bruce. That's why he was stuck at the bottom of the well, and his father, Osiris, had to come rescue his ass. All right? The father and mother, they're at the opera. And of course, Bruce is seeing his fear on the stage. He had to leave. And which were bats. And the father or mother was dressed in all black when they got killed. You know, they go out the opera. That's the famous story. Isis and Osiris, the father and mother, get killed. They're all dressed in black because they represented the bad guys. I'm sorry. They represented black people. And they represented the black mother, the black father, or the black Africa getting killed by this savage white man. And the kid being left alone, which is you, which is here alone as a child with no information. But why did Bruce Wayne as a child with all of this wealth, don't know or can't really use it, he becomes Batman. It's the same thing that's supposed to happen to you. Your father or mother Africa, your father and mother are gone. So now you become in America, which was represented as Wayne Manor. You're in America with no parents, no science, no pyramid building skills anymore. And now you're supposed to become a cult like Batman without your parents to make you more wealthy in Africa. You would be in Africa being more wealthy. You just be, if your parents live, you just be another nigga in Africa talking about today we eat of the mango tree. You know, you just be another nigga. Now that you're in America under this Holocaust like Bruce Wayne went through, this trauma that Bruce Wayne went through, you're forced to deal with the shadow self. That's why you guys ain't got nothing here, but you need to understand why you're trying to go back to Africa. You're still trying to chase your parents. What you need to do, because remember Alfred said to him, Alfred kept telling him in the dream sequence, you need to let your parents go, motherfucker. You need to live right now. That's what Alfred kept telling him. Alfred represented his consciousness. You get what I'm saying? You need to let your parents go. So you niggas holding on to Africa, you need to let it go. You need to deal with what you're dealing with right now. That's the shadow self that Batman was dealing with. All right? So Commissioner Gordon takes the cover. He was just a police officer and wraps it around Bruce. Basically, that represented America ensconcing itself around you, wrapping itself, saying, I got your monkey ass now. So the same police that's beating Mike Brown, they're telling you in a occult level, we got your ass right now. So whether you protest or getting your ass beat, you playing with them. Ra's al Ghul in the League of Shadow says, I'm going to teach you how to become invisible. What he's saying is, I'm going to teach you how to become spiritual. I'm going to teach you how to spiritualize this melanin. The League of Shadows is the League of Melanin. So this is all about how to deal with your melanin. Or he's learning it. That's step one in consciousness of your fall. The first thing you learn about is what? Your melanin. Raz also tells him, you must become more than just a man in the mind of your opponent. Now, this also tells you that when we ran this planet, we ran it as gods. We ran it as people who were capable of doing incredible feats, i.e. pyramid building. So, when you have the rise of this white man or the beast, he understood that we were more than just men in his eyes. So for him to become a valuable opponent, he had to not only humanize us, dehumanize us to a level of subhuman to conquer us. So more than just even balancing out to see, because we were more than a man in his eyes, he had to dehumanize us into less of a man. So the first thing they would do is to destroy our monuments. So of course, 21 gun salute. They took 21 guns to shoot the nose off of the Sphinx. Hermakit. What is it? Hermakit. I think that's the Kemetic name. And destroy all the statues, temples, the science, and all the rest of that. And then not only to dehumanize, and even to this day, there's a media campaign to dehumanize you. Because if you are seeing more than just a man in the mind of your opponent, that's when he's conquered. So when you rise up to that God level, that's why all that rap music, jazz, all that is dangerous, because it puts us in a position of more than just a man. You know what I'm saying? Louis Armstrong, goddamn Miles Davis, anybody playing a horn like that is more than just a man, Jimi Hendrix. But what they're saying is, as long as you're playing that horn, as long as you stay playing that horn and nothing else. They don't want the Nat Turner to rise up more than just a man. You get what I'm saying? Malcolm X, more than just a man. You understand what I'm saying? Icons. That's why Bruce says later on, and we'll get into it, about becoming a symbol. Remember that and link it to that, because when we talk about that, we'll get there. So Ra's al Ghul also tells Bruce a lot about minding his surroundings. Minding his surroundings. See, when I heard that, that's another way in the occult of saying you need to realize where you are. So for all the black people talking about an economic plan, all the conscious people talking about an economic plan and talking about finding better vegetables and better this and better that, and here's the way to do this and going off the grid. When I hear that, it makes me say you need to mind your surroundings. A pile of shit is a pile of shit. I don't care what kind of seed you put in it. I don't care what you shape it into. I don't care if you put sugar on it. You could put sugar on shit, but guess what? It's still shit. America is born in savagery, debauchery, and is born in imbalance. There's no business plan you're going to make to balance this out. If you're not talking about different ways to survive, then I can't hear. You're not going to make it sweet here, no matter what you do. Mind your surroundings, as Ra's al Ghul said. Know where you are. So you need to know where you are before you can come in here talking about what you can do. So Alfred, also about his consciousness, remember I said Alfred's about his, he says to Bruce, look, cut all this bullshit out with your old parents, Africa. Because remember, the old parents represent Africa, what you were as pyramid builders, all of that. Bruce is holding on to that. He's not improving on that. You understand what I'm saying? He's not improving on that. Or he's not aware of what improving on that is. Rap music is an improvement on that. Rap music took the same pyramid building creativity life force or energy stream as it did to build a pyramid. Rap music shit is more valuable now to them than it is to us. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry for them that we created. And we still believe that somehow we're involved in this on a big level. That's the only reason we ain't create nothing new, because they fooled us into believing that we still own the shit. See, when they took the music with, like, we make a music, then they took Elvis and did it over, or Little Richard created something, then Pat Boone did it over, took it over. We knew they took it, we knew they housed it, we knew it was ours, so it made us say, well, fuck it, let them have it, we made something new. We stayed on the cutting edge of creativity because we knew once they had it, it was done. Anything, once it show up white, it's over. A red potato becomes a white potato, done. A red orange becomes a white a red onion becomes a white onion, done. You get what I'm saying? It's the dead shit. So they tried it with rap. They tried to first lighten it up with Hammer, fake ass, funny pants nigga, and then they try to give you Vanilla Ice. But with rap, because of the nature of rappers, we went hard at it. And actually, I'm gonna do you one better. The one that really shut down Vanilla Ice was another white group called Third Base. They went at Hammer. Hammer, shut the fuck up. Because Hammer tried to go at he tried to go at Run DMC for throwing DMC's glasses on the floor. So in Gasface at the end, You had Search going at motherfucking Hammer, said, Hammer, shut the fuck up. You had white boys doing this in a time where Vanilla Ice was present, and just them niggas being whites rapping, good guys wear black, and must have been a white guy who started all of that, get the gas face. Vanilla Ice never took off because Vanilla Ice was supposed to be what Elvis was to Black America, or what Elvis was to what could you how could you say to what Elvis was to R&B music, which was absolutely nothing but enough to take it over and act like he was the first nigga shaking his ass on stage. You know what I'm saying? When Chuck Berry and all them niggas were shaking plenty of dick in these little white hoes' faces way before them. You know what I'm saying? There's always that same thing in the movie. And they said this was the gods did this to this nigga. Michael J. Fox in the movie Back to the Future, trying to front like he made that Chuck Berry movie. When Chuck Berry, because he come to the future, he played Chuck Berry's song. The kids was looking at him like he was crazy. And then a black dude said, this is your cousin, Marvin Berry. I got a new sound for you, acting as if this white man created Chuck Berry's sound. You get what I'm saying? So niggas said, that's why that nigga got the fucking shakes right now for doing that fucking scene. The gods were mad. You know what I'm saying? The gods were mad for that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? See, that's the kind of shit that really offends gods. While y'all talking about Tyler Perry in the dress and all this police brutality. No, why would they be mad at these white cops sending one of theirs home? Y'all ever think about that shit? Why would anything be mad, any ancestor be mad that y'all sending one of them home? They would be, now don't get me wrong, they're upset. They're upset and you see this thing going down based upon the fear and the terror that the human act does. So there's a certain level that does instill, because there's all levels in this ancestor realm, based upon all levels of human thought. You get what I'm saying? So there is an energy that is mad at that. But we're supposed to be advanced people as conscious people. So we need to be dealing with ancestors that deal or either older or deal with a more elevated thought processes as well. If you have to deal with lower things, you deal with little ancestors that are dealing with lower shit. And on a lower level, you need to help pay your rent. You deal with ancestors that are interested in that. But you are supposed to be conscious, dealing with advanced goddamn analyses and methodologies in this motherfucker. So why would anything advanced be mad that you sending a nigga back home to the God realm? No matter how he got home, and some shit that when you feel like it's saying, well, this is just an illusion anyway. This isn't real. This is Maya. You know what I'm saying? Until the shit get real, then that beast is a motherfucker on your ass, boy. That beast is relentless. But when some shit you score with this, you know you need to pay me my $30. Don't worry, nigga. This is Maya. It ain't real anyway. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. So now, Alfred basically is telling Bruce, it's your house now. Which is another way of saying, you need to deal with this now. You need to deal with the now. Stop worrying about Africa and all of that. We did that already. Is it not? First of all, this entire universe is yours. Don't let them regulate you to just one fucking continent. Everything in existence belongs to you, the black man. You, the black woman. Remember motherfucking Elijah Muhammad said that shit in goddamn Malcolm X. One of my favorite lines, everything in it, on it, around it belongs to you, the black man. Which means if they just regulate you to Africa, that's another part of the program. Get what I'm saying? To make you think you're from that continent. And then when I talked to Brother Lean, when we did the lecture on the Moors, which you can also find here on YouTube, same channel, me and Aleem, I'm questioning Aleem, and Aleem is putting down deliciously the science on how the Moors, the ancient Moors versus the new Moors. And Brother Aleem talks about this in, oh shit, I forgot what the fuck I was going to say. I forgot. I'll do that often, and especially lately, I need to take some ginkgo biloba. I'll be forgetting my point. It'll come back. So you need to, it's your house now, enjoy America now. So, okay, regulating you to one continent, and this is what I was talking about. What Aleem talks about is, and the Moors, and he broke this down thoroughly for me about how there were already black people in America. And in his book, First World Order, which you can get from his site, Dr. Aleem L. Bey, he goes into detail. This is where I first was reading it, and this was what brought the questions when we did the lecture. He was talking about all the black people in America. And he goes in and he talks about it in the lecture that, you know, the white man loves to show his symbols of his victory. If they had, you know, if they had the goddamn cross or Noah's Ark, boy, they would have that shit in the middle of Times Square, New York City, some goddamn where you could see it every goddamn day. There would be 75 documentaries going, look, here's the cross right here. That nigga was there. But Aleem says, how come you never seen any of these slave ships? I said, damn, that's kind of right. I said, because the white man, if they had all these niggas and all these slave ships and all this Middle Passage going on, where are all of these motherfucking slave ships? Where's one slave ship where we could go in and say, God damn, well, here, and I still smell the niggas. You know what I'm saying? And then you hear this story about all of these slaves that joined all these Native American tribes. They were dark skinned, but that's because the slaves joined up with them. Lee was like, no, that was the niggas who was here already. They didn't join up with them. That was them. They were the Native Americans. I'm like, oh, it makes so much motherfucking sense. And he goes into detail on it. So America is yours. All of this is yours. The Americans, primary people of America are the ONEC. You get what I'm saying? This is you niggas. So this entire planet is yours. America is yours. Did you know there are pyramids in the Grand Canyon? Oh, all of that's in Aleem's book. He goes, there's detailed temples and pyramids in the Grand Canyon in America. Temple of Isis, Temple of Khufu, all this, not Khufu, Heru probably. All in the Grand Canyon. And so they're trying to play it down like they're not Egyptian temples. So they asked, well, why are they named after Egyptian deities? He said, well, because the miners who found them, they like the Egyptians, so they named it after them. He said, but you're not allowed to go, you know, the public isn't allowed to go into these temples, these pyramids. At least there's thousands of what they call mounds. Mounds are specific energy points where they build these mounds. The Native Americans build these mounds to do ritual worship and so on and so forth. There's still mounds all around America now. A few in Atlanta, Montauk, New York, you know, all over, you know, Mississippi, which is Isis, Louisiana, so on and so forth. But in Aleem's book, he talks about there was thousands of these mountains that we don't even know where they are no more. All documented places on the earth are points of power, grid lines. And as above, so below, these same points are on the body as acupuncture and acupressure points. All right. So now, Rachel in the movie is the girl. She represents Mayat, balance, justice. And remember, she has a conversation with Bruce about revenge versus justice. Revenge serves the ego. Justice is true balance of Mayat. So again, we can take it right back to all of this shit we talking about with Mike Brown and Ferguson. You know, y'all talking about revenge, ego. So all the shit y'all talking about with them cops, y'all need to keep it real. This shit is about your ego. This ain't about no justice for no Mike Brown. This ain't about no justice for the little black boy, little black people all across the world. Ain't nothing to do with that. Y'all want to see them whiteys hang, right? Be real with it. Be real with it. If somebody said right now we could take that white cop and just give him to the father. Or we could take that white cop like any other white cop, and I know everyone has a personal story about a white cop, and just choke him choke him with our bare hands. We'll do it. And shit, I ain't gonna lie, I'll do that shit too. You know what I'm saying? But I know where it's coming from. It's coming from my ego. Panic would love to do that. My spiritual, it ain't nothing spiritual. My spirituality or balance or my yacht that you niggas like to talk about ain't got nothing to do with that. It's ego. And half you niggas' definition of my yacht is about your ego. You take my dollar, you owe me $1.50 and all this kind of shit. Reciprocity. So the next things you start to hear is about from the mob guy. And he gives a whole thing about fear. And he's really talking about the state of humanity and, you know, Bruce in particular, but the state of humanity to make it bigger. You know, you fear what you always don't understand, speaks for itself. Speaks for itself, you know what I'm saying? Ra's al Ghul, because, you know, what they're doing is, while Bruce is in the League of Shadows, is bouncing between his thoughts. So he's going back in his thoughts with all of these people. So now he's back at the League of Shadow. Well, after he deals with the mob guy, and the mob guy gives him a whole deal about fear, what he doesn't understand, and he went in a little bit harder on fear. So just know the mob guy is talking about basically humanity and how humanity's scared and humanity ain't basically you ain't gonna do shit. He's bragging about how he got you under control. So if those police, in using our Mike Brown example, were to brag, they will be saying what that mob guy is saying. Them niggas is scared. They're gonna do that. I predict they'll do this. I'll predict they'll do that. And if they do that, all I have to do is do this. That's what he's saying. He's basically telling you about the game that he's playing with you as a pawn. Oh, what? You getting bored? You doing this? All I have to do is kill Mike Brown and tell you it's foul and tell you it's important, and then you're gonna do that. And that's what that mob dude is pretty much saying and doing. So now you go back to Roz. Roz says, you search in this world, looking to conquer fear. He said, now you must journey inward. So basically, this is so profound. Roz is saying, you're looking around this world to conquer your fears. So you fear the police. That's why you sit around talking like, oh, if I seen the motherfucker, we need to do this, motherfucker, do that. What I hear is a bunch of scared motherfuckers. Scared that it could happen to you. Because you say it. It could happen to Trayvon can happen to my child. Mike Brown can happen to me. I am Mike Brown. I am Trayvon. Look at his father's face crying. Is legendary. Because in this picture it's iconic. Why are you saying that? Because you're really telling me, when I see it as a motherfucking occultist, it's like, you're scared. You're scared it's going to happen to you. You're scared it could happen to you. And it could. You're scared that it could happen to you. So Roz is talking to that. He's saying you have become he said you're in this world looking to conquer fear. So you're trying to fix the police, fix the gas bill, fix your economy, fix your schooling, fix your kids, fix this world, conquer fear. You're trying to fix everything that you're scared of. Conquer fear. He said, but now you got to journey inward. Come on, player. Giving it to you, nigga. Giving it to you. You must journey inward. Conquer. Nigga, this ain't about conquering no shit out here. Ain't about being a better human or proving that you can master humanity. You already mastered it for millions of years. It's not about taking it over, Batman. It's about becoming a Batman, nigga. And you see what happened in the last movie. We're going to get there. It's about becoming I am the Batman, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's about journeying inward. It ain't about visiting the pyramids. You built it already. You was there when it was done. When they were doing it, you did it. It's about journeying inward, the shadow self. So again, Gotham is Sodom and Gomorrah, as I pointed out. Roz also says you have to become a terrible thought, an idea, become one with the darkness. So you have to become that terrible thought. You have to become the Baphomet. Not because Baphomet to me has a symbolic meaning based upon Pan or Panic. Baphomet is not the be all and end all in terms of occult symbols. You need to know that, especially. I roll with Baphomet based upon Baphomet being an aspect of Pan and my name being Panic. My name is Panic not because I became conscious and chose Panic. My name is Panic because that was my name since I was a child. You understand what I'm saying? When I grew up, I found out the mysteries of the god Pan and the name Panic and Baphomet and my connection to Baphomet. So that's what that means for me. But that occult symbol, as many occult symbols, shit, La Santissima Muerte behind me. Oh no, she's in my other room. That's Khadijah's doll behind me. That's an occult symbol. All of this shit to the side, this Baron Sambi stuff here is an occult symbol. You know what I'm saying? All that Baron, that Baron right there, my finger's pointing to him, is an occult symbol. You get what I'm saying? There's occult symbols all behind me. You understand? And the point is that these symbols are represented as what we call a terrible thought. Remember I said those nice pictures are pictures that are created not to challenge you. Those are pictures that are in this particular realm to calm you, to keep you as happy. But these dark pictures are there to challenge your thoughts, to activate within you a certain energy in the shadow, the true light, to challenge your thoughts. So when Ra says you must become a terrible thought, you must become the Baphomet or whatever it is you're dealing with or whatever it is you like as the so-called dark side. And how could you tell? It probably is the thing that scared you the most. When you look back, think in your own mind and say, you know something, I always seen such and such. It scared me. So you may even say Freddy Krueger. But what you need to do is find out what mythology Freddy Krueger is, because everything's based on mythology. So you could find somebody that's connected to Freddy Krueger, Kronos. Or Freddy Krueger was a fire god. He was Kronos. You get what I'm saying? With his claw. You know what I'm saying? He was Kronos. So, or perhaps, you know what I'm saying? You may find something else that you may connect Freddy Krueger to. If it's, because Freddy Krueger is a ready object that you're scared or Jason. Something that you seen and like, I never was able to fuck with that motherfucker. He always freaked me out. That's because that's the terrible thought that you, an idea to become one with the darkness. You must become that terrible thought. So what for Batman in the movie, that terrible thought was bats. Remember? The bats scared him. That's what made him go outside, got his parents killed. He fell down the well of the bats. So he had to become Batman. I had to become Baphomet. I don't just like it and say this is a Baphomet religion or the Baphomet way to be or Baphomet or you die. No, this is my shit. You know what I'm saying? Baphomet is the great god Pan and I am Panic. So that's why that works for me. You need to find that darkness that works for you, like Batman found bats. That scared the shit out of him. All right. Bruce says to Alfred, a man is flesh and bone. It can be destroyed. But a symbol, I am incorruptible. A symbol, I am incorruptible. We need to understand that context. That's why the Kamites left symbols behind. Because the Kamite dynasties, the Kamite people as a whole is fucking flawless in terms of its work. But especially now with all the white technology, carbon dating, and all the CSI shit they can do, when they get into what was going on with the people, what you find out was the Kamite people was nothing but a bunch of niggers. And they let nigger shit go on. Stayed high all day, fucked all night, all sorts of raunchy ass nigga botchery. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like niggas go one way down a one-way street the wrong kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? On this block now, you know, you got the regular houses, standard suburban houses, and one house painted like goddamn Willy Wonka. You know what I'm saying? Fucked up the whole property value of everything up in this motherfucker. I said to Khadijah, I guarantee you, niggas live in that house. And sure enough, on a summer day, you find a grill and a bunch of niggas eating icy on the front porch of this goddamn Willy Wonka house. Fuck up the whole hood with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because niggas let shit go on. But are they gods? Absolutely. So as a symbol, they're incorruptible. But as a man in flesh and bone, they can be destroyed. So we need to understand this as well. When we approach and come as men, we will always be destroyed. When we come as men, when we come as gods, symbols, incorruptible. You get what I'm saying? I come to you as a symbol. That's why I ain't scared to show my face, do whatever the fuck we need to do as we do. Because I can't be touched. I come as a symbol. If I came as fucking Brother Panic the Man, it's just a matter of time for my ass to get whipped. I got my guns and my weaponry. Nigga, you know what I'm saying? They got guns that shoot around corners. Shit, they shoot microwave beams at your ass. That's you coming as a man talking about you gonna fight them in some revolutionary war, nigga. Okay, if you want to, have at it. I'm not here to stop you. I'm here to do something else. I'm from the priesthood class of this motherfucking shit. I come uncorruptible as a symbol. As a man, flesh and bone, you can be destroyed and you will be destroyed. You know what I'm saying? Your destiny is to be destroyed. Everyone dies as a man and symbol. You're going for everlasting life. They're going for everlasting life. That's why they keep symbolizing themselves in mythology called movies. That's why they're the symbol. That's why they're stereotype, ritualize themselves over and over in the same role, always saving this damsel in distress. The white woman's why do you think they call the white woman the screen goddess? They're mythologizing all of their stories over and over again. You hear the same story over and over using the mythology format. The blue guy, the love interest, the agitator, the three stages, or you know what I mean, in the writing. It's the same thing over and over. There's a methodology to this madness. If you take screenwriting, there's a methodology to it. That particular methodology is how they're taking these stories and inserting them into the ethos as myth. They already tell you these stories go into the universe. They're hoping it finds a destination somewhere. Remember they told you 50 years from now, people will be watching I Love Lucy because of the signal that was sent out on the antennas and hit the satellites. That signal goes out in the universe. The radio waves goes out in the universe. There's a movie called Galaxy Quest, where in the movie Galaxy Quest, there's an entire race of people who were watching a show from Earth that went out into the universe. They picked up on the frequency and they watched the show and they thought it was reality. And they based their whole entire lives, they were going to war based on the reality of a Star Trek-like show. Galaxy Quest. Watch this shit. Galaxy Quest. And in this, they went to Earth, got the original people to come back to work the machines, which was all based upon the mythology of this Star Trek-like movie. So they're trying to tell you when they do Star Trek, Star Wars, Matrix, and all of these Avatar, and all of these movies, they're trying to hope this has a universal impact somewhere. So when they die, because of them putting their faces in this role, that somewhere in existence, these movies constantly that they put out in the universe resonates and creates a reality somewhere where they are the gods. So now that they have this light that they create, a little bit of light they hope they created on Earth, that they have a home that they created based upon all those movies. And in this home, niggas die first. And in this home, the black woman's at the last of it. That's what they're doing. Please understand ritual. That's what they're doing. You understand this? You understand this? They're trying to create a reality, a universe for themselves, a home for themselves by constantly showing this in the movies. And who's to say this isn't something you did? You know what I'm saying? You were somewhere creating movies somewhere that became a mythology, that became a universe that you now live in. Who's to say that ain't how you did it? All right. So when Bruce came back, after he's telling what's his name about he's a symbol, he's incorruptible. Of course, Bruce has been gone for 7 years, 7 chakras. So remember, he said only 6, and So when he got with the League of Shadows, that was him opening up the last chakra. Now, again, you can say it's the pineal, or you can even say it's the crown because he went into the mountains and so on and so on. So he descended back from the mountains. He's a conscious man on Earth now. You know what I'm saying? He still has work to do. So, of course, they said Bruce, he was gone for 7 years. Of course, Bruce, you're supposed to be dead. They thought he was dead. He wasn't dead. He comes back. And I can liken it to your first step in consciousness, because this is what happened to me, and I've noticed this happen to a few people, and conscious people will attest to this one day if you get to this level. When I first became conscious, you know, you're with your regular humans, you hate them for every reason. You hate humanity. This nigga stole your money. This nigga owe you money. You stole his money. And, you know, you're just going through it. You think that's all this is. Then you find consciousness. Then you get to say something with an excuse that you always wanted to say. Oh, I hate these dead niggas. Yeah, because you hate them anyway. They was always fucking with you. You was always fucking with them. You know, they can't stand you. You hate the sister. Your mother always called you a piece of shit anyway. So it was easy for you to, you know, she always made you go to church. So it was easy for you to say, I'm conscious now, I'm better than you, you're a dead person, I don't communicate with you. And then you deal with a whole bunch of conscious people and find they're just as stupid, if not even stupider, because now they feel they know some shit. So they're dumb, now they're even more arrogant. So you get tired of that, and then you find yourself starting to communicate again with your dead friends. Because now it's like you did all this conscious shit and you really learned something, it becomes work if you're really doing that work. It becomes work, so it becomes easy to say, you know something? I just want to go to the movies and just see the movie. I don't want to be all deep. Or I just want to go to a picnic because I ain't go to a picnic for a long time. I've been playing this conscious shit. Or I'll go to a cookout, fucking eat a chicken, you know, just to eat it or whatever. And so basically, that represented Bruce going to the League and coming back to humanity. Conscious though. Because I'm still hella conscious, I just don't deal with conscious. Motherfuckers tell me, I'm glad Jesus said that. I usually said, you know, there was a time I said, ain't no Jesus, but now I just said, I guess I'm glad Jesus did it too, you know what I'm saying? So now, this represented Bruce coming back, and of course, Bruce is like everybody's dead. So now, they gave you get introduced to Morgan Freeman, one of the niggas I cannot stand the most in movies, Too Happy, and his latest happy movie, some shit called Dolphin Tail. I just want to smack his teeth out of his mouth every time I see him smile about goddamn dolphins. The fucking Dolphin Tail. Part 2. What a nigga. What a cooperative nigga. He's just so fucking cooperative. He's like that nigga you could just count on. You know what I'm saying? Alright, go get Morgan. You know what I'm saying? What's Morgan doing? After this project, Morgan will do it. You know what I'm saying? So, we introduced to Morgan, our dependable nigga, in this movie, who he don't even know who he is. His name is Lucius Fox. Lucius is Lucifer. And, of course, he was on the board of directors at one point in heaven. Now he's in the basement. And it's up to him to give you your toys or your powers, your superpowers. Lucifer, Lucius Fox, the pale fox, Sirius. So that's Lucifer. So, which is quite scientific. He's in the basement, in that dead end job. Basically, that's him coming to Earth. And you have to see Lucifer as step one in your consciousness, and that's what Batman did. And when Batman is asking him about it, can I hold it? Lucius says, the way I see it, this stuff is yours anyway, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So all this magical shit is yours anyway, alright? Now, they lose a microwave weapon is one of Wayne's weapons, is one of his powers, which means the true power that white people use against you is really yours. So it's one of Wayne's weapons, and the dude on the board of directors came down to talk about it. So he represented heaven or the gods or the demiurge or the energy that has you trapped down in here. I'm not going to go into Gnosticism, but if you check out the Gnostic, you'll understand the concept of the demiurge, the false gods, the counterfeit spirits that got you down here. So the one of the guys from the board of directors came down and started talking about this microwave weapon that they lost that were going to be used against Gotham City. So these weapons are used against you, and this weapon would dehydrate you, basically. And what Bobby Hemmett dropped in one of his lectures was the #1 actual killer of black people on planet Earth is actually dehydration. He said, when you so-called die from old age, is dehydration. All these diseases in one way or the other can be linked to dehydration. And in mythology, they basically said, when you were whole, these false gods, these demiurges, and it makes sense that these guys on the council represented the demiurges, these counterfeit spirits that were now running Wayne Enterprises, America or the world, you could look at it that way. These counterfeit spirits who were dehydrating you. In mythology, they say Zeus in them with the Titans, what they did was the Titans were complete. So what they did was when they threw the Titans in the underworld or on Earth, what they did was separated the water from the melanin. So in your melanin, you need water to activate the melanin. They said, but what they did when they put this water all over the Earth, that's why the water is 70% Earth or 70% covering Earth or whatever. When they did that, they put salt in the water so you couldn't drink it. That's the mythology. They salted the water so you couldn't get it back in the melanin, or it would be hard to get back in the melanin. So that was representing this microwave weapon, these gods doing the same thing, dehydrating you. So Bruce is doing what Bruce does. It becomes a movie, you know what I'm saying? Alfred tells Bruce, well, look, if you're going to be the Batman, you need to front a little bit more as Wayne, so Wayne can hide more. So you need to do what you do as a millionaire. You need to act up. They're basically saying, look, you need to be human. You need to act like they expect you to act. That's what Alfred told him. You need to act like they expect a millionaire to act, which means another way of saying you need to act like they expect the nigga to act. You know what I'm saying? When they show you Mike Brown, they expect you to do that, dummy. Or on the other hand, when you're going to work or when you're doing whatever you're doing, they expect you to do these things. So you're supposed to act like a nigga's supposed to act. So that's what Bruce was doing. He went out partying with hoes, bought the hotel, blah, 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 because he's a millionaire, so he was acting like he was supposed to act. So when Rachel seen him, looked at him for the first time, she hadn't seen him since he was back. Mayat seen him. He told Mayat, or Justice, deep down, I'm more. Come on, y'all ain't hear that? He told you he was a more. He said, deep down, I'm a more, bitch. Even though I'm acting like a nigga right now. Deep down, I'm a more. Even though I'm running around this motherfucker talking about, I ain't got no time for that, and all that kind of shit, that shit you see on YouTube, deep down, I'm a more. Even though I'm doing the ice bucket challenge, even though I'm doing the fire challenge, even though I'm planking, deep down, I am more. That's what Bruce says. And she said, it's what's underneath that defines you, nigga. The real you is what's underneath. That's why you can't get all these niggas with their little pants down, all these dead niggas, all these niggas with jerry curls, or whatever the fuck you got going on. You can't fall into that. It's what underneath that defines you. That's why I tell you my compassion runs to what's underneath you. Not all that shit on the top that's happening to you. Because you can change that with the fucking laws of attraction. That's on the Oprah Winfrey level. So why would I have compassion for some shit that you can change? Some shit that you called upon based upon your laws of attraction. Some shit you magnetize. So why would I need to have compassion for your ignorance or your stupidity? Because that's what you asking me to do. So if you get hit in the head with a fucking shalangi, that's what you magnetize based upon fucking laws of attraction. So why should I be sorry for your head shalangi bang in fucking trauma? Shouldn't I be saying, well, you asked for it, you got it. That's what you must have wanted. Laws of attraction, the secret, I'm deep. You know what I'm saying? What happened to all of that shit? And they're saying it in this occult movie, when he says, deep down, I'm a more. And she says it's what's underneath that defines you. So it's what underneath that defines you. My love for black people runs in what's underneath. I don't give a fuck about all that shit you running around philandegating about. You know what I'm saying? And I know that's a made up word, but it fits. The straw man or the scarecrow represents the straw man. And Aline talked about his real name is Straw Man Harmonious or some shit like that. And the Moors will talk about the straw man and the tax ID and the Social Security. You can find what you need to do is study and understand the straw man. But how the straw man applies in this movie, he represents the ordinary human. And you'll hear everything in this movie that the straw man is saying as an advocate for humanity. Look at his line as an advocate for humanity. You know, he also, so you hear him say, would you like to see my mask? It's not frightening to a guy like you, but the crazies can't stand it. Now, he's basically talking about his other side. This is, you know, the black man wears a mask every day when he goes himself, but the crazies, talking about conscious people now, cannot stand that mask. You know, the same way I just explained how much I can't stand Morgan Freeman and his dumbass mask. Because, you know, we were sitting around, you know, drinking a shot of liquor, that nigga come out of his ass. That old proper, you know, I even like to fuck. As soon as that, you know, that nigga come out, you know what I'm saying? Touch his lady's titty. Oh, come on, it's look hand, you know what I'm saying? That real bullshit come out. Say, nigga, fuck that nigga, what's up, nigga? And he be like, yeah, you know, because you wearing a mask all day. That old, oh, we got to let the dolphin free. Oh, come on, Miss Daisy. And all that bullshit. That's a mask. So, Scarecrow represents man saying, would you like to see my mask? It's not frightening to a guy like you, because it's not frightening. But to the crazies can't stand it. The crazies represents the conscious people talking that Osiris shit. Okay. And of course, Batman, when he's in his bat suit, he's God. You know, the dude says, I swear to God. Batman says, no, swear to me. Because Batman is basically saying, I'm God. All right. Now, we find out that the plan is putting fluoride in the water or putting poison in the water supply. And ultimately, we know in real life, the true poison that's in the water supply today as we speak in real life is fluoride. In tap water, fluoride, what it does is it shuts down the pineal gland. That's why they get you to use it in toothpaste every day, right on your toothpaste. It tells you that this is a poison. If you swallow this motherfucker, induce vomiting right on your crest. So of course, you know, at the very least, you use fluoride-free toothpaste. If they put fluoride in the water, let's stop fronting. Unless you're taking a bath in Evian like you fucking Prince. You need to fucking, you're absorbing fluoride through the skin. Look in Dr. Africa's book, The Holistic African Health. I believe he tells you how to get fluoride out of your system. There's a mineral or something. I would have looked it up if I would have thought about it. But he tells you how to get out your system. I'm sure you can find it going around in the realms of the conscious elite Facebook priesthood. So they were actually poisoning the water, which they telling you they're doing. That's the fluoride. Now also the arrow in the movie. Remember, Bruce goes down the well for the arrow or something, and he gives it. The father gives it to Rachel, and then Rachel eventually gives it back to Bruce as a present. So what does the arrow mean? I have two books. I'm going to give just a little bit of it because the arrow is long. This is one of my favorite books, An Illustrated Encyclopedia of Traditional Symbols by J.C. Cooper. Looks like this. Last I checked, it was still on Amazon. This I know you can get. Another book. This is the Woman's Encyclopedia of... No, I'm sorry. This is the Woman's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects. The Woman's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects. I know it's backwards. By Barbara G. Walker. And let's see what First, let's see what J.C. Cooper has to say, a little bit of it. He said, it's a piercing masculine principle, penetration, phallic, lightning, rain, power, war. Yeah, you got damn, my eyes are bad. That's why I'm reading this slow. The flight of arrows symbolizes ancient and to the celestial arrows loosed from the bow represents consequences of one's actions. Consequences of one's actions, and that's why I wanted to get in here. There's much more on the arrow, but we don't really need to get into Mithra and all this kind of shit. And plus, I don't have my reading glasses. But consequences of one's actions, which is why Rachel gave it back to Bruce, and because she's trying to tell him the consequences of his actions, and remember she's my eye, she's balanced, so she's keeping him grounded in the consequences of his actions. So, and later on you'll see in the other movies, and we'll talk about it, Batman talking about don't shoot nobody and never killing anybody and all of that. And here in Barbara G. Walker's book, The Woman's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, she says, ever since the invention of the bow, whenever that might have been, arrows have been used as sacred symbols carried by the goddess Artemis, represented by her control of the hunt and of wild animals, which you can connect to Batman as well. Arrows, I'm having a hard time seeing this. Connected to Eros, the god of love, signify the I-beams carrying messages to pierce the heart of the beloved, okay, and the arrow piercing the heart became the traditional sign of sexual union. All right, so it's also sexual union, and it, because you never seen Bruce and Rachel fuck, it kind of gave you that kind of thing in the beginning when he gave it to her. But I think the symbol of consequences of actions is a little bit more like it. All right, patience. Okay, so the Scarecrow talks about patients having a delusional episode, focusing on an external tormentor, I should say. So what the Scarecrow was saying is basically patients, humans, black folks, are having this delusional episode because you're focusing on this external tormentor. There is no external tormentor. It's nothing but this fucking mind control, this media hype. And that's why we're having these fucking delusional episodes. One person, Trayvon, gets killed out of thousands that get killed the same goddamn way. I can't remember the number, but it was like 20 a day, some old ridiculous shit in Chicago right now by other black people. Forget black on black crime, just 10 to 20 motherfuckers a day. How about that? Just for no reason. You get what I'm saying? It was some old ridiculous shit. One person a day. Fuck it. I don't even know the numbers. One person, but it's averaged out to one person a day in Chicago is getting murdered. That's just the one Trayvon. So you are focused on an external tormentor. And now this time it's what's that boy that killed Trayvon Martin, whatever that faggot's name is. Now he becomes the worst thing ever when there's thousands of him every day. Imagine the motherfuckers you work next to them every day. They just don't come out the closet. He ain't no more special than every other third white man you looking at that will get scared enough and do the same exact shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas will be eating each other. Eating each other. In the right circumstance, shit. Katrina showed you that. All right, let me see. Well, more of the Scarecrow. You know, he was talking about you know, how much he respects the mind's power of the body. That's what he does. And, you know, it was just more of humanity and him speaking from this crazy human standpoint. You know what I'm saying? And it also showed Batman. His villains, they always have him with two villains, except for the Joker. In the first one, the Joker was able to hold that shit down in the first one. But they show him two villains, and the two villains always represent duality as well. So while they had Ra's al Ghul representing his shadow self, the duality was the Scarecrow, wearing a regular face, then he had a mask. And you'll see it's like that, and the rest of the two will go through it. And so then it finally gets to the high point where Batman gives the Doctor a taste of his own drugs. Those drugs just represent all the shit you use to get by. Whether what you use to get by is we're going to be rich one day, you know, it represents hope. That's what the Scarecrow was putting in people's head. Well, Scarecrow shit was fear, but the drug itself, the concept of the drug, represented whatever it is you hold on to yourself and call yourself making it in America. Now, another way to do it is consciousness. I had somebody online breaking down the mic shit and said, because I'm conscious, I see it this way, but broke down with all the human shit. I'm like, you're just calling yourself conscious, but that's not what it means, because you're just defining yourself like you're defining another religion. So so when Batman gave him a taste of his own medicine or his own fear, because half of the shit you hold on to as a drug is to get you away from fear. I'm becoming conscious because I feel empowered, because all that shit that I'm feared or don't understand, or because even though you say I'm not a Christian, you really don't understand why 1,000 million motherfuckers are a Christian. You get what I'm saying? You understand the concept, but you can't understand why your mama still think a nigga is in the whale. So you're conscious and you're really going at conscious for that. Then within consciousness, you got a bunch of niggas, well, I'm dark side, you too light for me. You know what I'm saying? There's always another way to be, because you don't want to be that other way. And you don't want to be that other way because you're in a state of fear. So that's what that doctor's drug represented as well. So when Batman gave him a taste of his own medicine, it showed what the doctor feared. The doctor represented humanity, and Batman, they showed you melanin and the true dark side. They should have made Batman like that through the whole fucking movie. You know what I'm saying? That's the part I keep rewinding. So, so let me just get back. So I'm going to get to the next one. You know, basically they get to around when Ra's al Ghul shows back, and then all the things that Ra's al Ghul was saying about the true things that need to happen. Ra's al Ghul represented that consciousness. We need to destroy this place. You know what I'm saying? He's saying what I'm saying. No, you can't. Ain't no redeeming America, nigga. That's where Batman was selling the fuck out. We could fix it, we could straighten it out, we could do better. And Ra's al Ghul was saying, fuck this, we need to destroy this place. It's over. That's a wrap. Blow this motherfucker up, everything, nigga. You need to do what you need to do. That's the real shit this Shadow is talking about, nigga. That's why you failed, nigga. Mind your surroundings, know where you are. Fuck this bullshit. Sodom and Gomorrah ass, Gotham ass city, ass city, nigga. He said, destroy Gotham, and you know, he said, we tried to destroy Gotham with economics. You know what I'm saying? That's the recession. You know what I'm saying? He said that didn't work. He said, well, we need to save all these people's lives. Fucking Ra's al Ghul said, the flash, he said, only a cynical man would call what these people have lives. You know what I'm saying? What you would call this bullshit a life. Because I got my family unit, and my kente cloth, and my babies. Nigga, you will call that a life? You going to punch in, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You going to punch in, nigga. You going to punch in, nigga, at Wendy's. But you better, because you work at the corporate office. Fuck you, nigga. You doing the same work, nigga. Slavery. So only a cynical man would call what we have real lives. I'm saying you're not a member of the League of Shadows. All right, so basically ends like that. We can get into like, Fox gets his jaw back. Lucifer goes back to heaven. And we're ready for the next one. Let's go to the next one. Number 2. All right. Took a long time coming. Oh, but change don't come. Oh, yes I will. Yes I will. All right. So this one introduces us to the Joker yet again. And it put that boy in a position to upstage Jack Nicholson's cutting edge leg bar performance. Since this one was more occult. See, Jack, on the other hand, we used to do occult movies. That nigga got nigga in him. You know what I'm saying? His off-camera antics, drinking tequila with Mexicans and all this kind of shit, put him in nigga safety mode. Heath Ledger, on the other hand, this, white feller, he didn't fare so well fucking around with that leg bar energy. He didn't fare so well, and he didn't make it through to see his work transpire. So he dies because he couldn't get no sleep. He was tormented. Jack Nicholson at the time said, "Oh, little boy should have confronted me or consulted with me before he took on this major fucking role." Now, I will say this. When he did the role, I wasn't impressed. Bobby was in love with the shit. But when I watched it again to do the notes, I did appreciate the role more. I watched it 3-4 times back when it was hot, but I did appreciate the role. I thought he was ODing it. But, as I say before, and what we'll get to, ain't no villain iller than that nigga Bane. Please believe me, Batman. That nigga's voice and everything was masterful. Oh my God. Bane is a god. You know what I'm saying? That nigga there is the truth. I can't wait till we get to this nigga Bane, because I'm going to do his voice all fucking day. Welcome to the League of Shadows. But first, let's get my man Joker out the way. Joker, in movie 2, represented chaos. So now that Batman has approached his melanin in his first step of consciousness, he has to understand that the destination or the realm, or activate the melanin. You activate the melanin with what you call chaos. All right. And Joker represents that chaos. All right. He represents the last step before that world. That's why the jester or the fool is the path. The magician and the fool is the path right before Kether, the world of the real, the last cipher before nothingness. And these are the last steps before the true chaos, if you will, which is nothingness. Which chaos, need to understand this. Chaos represents the worlds before creation. Chaos on Earth looks like havoc, like what the Joker was doing. But chaos is not the typical mundane definition. Chaos represents before creation, and in science that is represented as what we call potential energy, meaning any and all things can be possible out of this realm. So out of chaos comes all forms of creation, which means chaos is a primal world, a primary world, the world before the world as we understand it, or what we call universe B. We are now in universe A. We are originally from universe B, and the world to come is universe B. In Kabbalah, this is called the Kalipov, or the shadow world. You get what I'm saying? This world, so by Bruce dealing with the shadow self, he's dealing, or he's interfacing or becoming a being, or reacquainting himself with universe B, the world of chaos. Therefore, what they presented as an arch enemy, Joker, is nothing but a representation. Why he must defeat Joker is another way of saying he must acclimate himself, or defeating is another way of saying conquering, or mastering this world of chaos that Joker brings. All right. So understand that the chaos is all potential energy. You could the created world is energy is done, because once I keep created something, the end result of any creation is naming it, and once I name it, I gave it I locked it into a definition, meaning I ended it. Get what I'm saying? I could use it as kinetic energy and movement, but potential energy comes from chaos. Every time we have a thought and bring it into this creation, we are interfacing with the chaos realm, the melanin realm. And that's why black people are the most creative beings on the planet, because we have the abundance of melanin, therefore able to connect to the melanin world constantly, or the world of chaos, the world of the Joker. So in the beginning, they show Joker running a bank scam. And in the scam, after each person does their job, Joker would kill him. Well, there's a story, until he's the last man standing. Each person would kill each other until they were the last man standing. They were basically absorbing each other for no evidence. There's a story in mythology like that. That mythology is in Greek mythology, where Kronos eats his children. Kronos is Saturn. He's a Titan. And what he would do is eat his children. And one day his wife, Rhea, gives him a rock instead of one of his children, Zeus. She hides Zeus until he becomes old. Zeus then makes Kronos throw up Zeus's brothers and sisters, Poseidon, Hades, Athena, or one of them. It was not Diana or Athena. I don't know if that's Zeus's daughter. The gods of Mount Olympus, right? And basically they all now overthrow their father, the Titan Kronos, and trap him in the underworld. You could see that in Clash of the Titans Part 2, and you could see another story that mimics this is in Kabbalah. In Kabbalah, you have the triad, which are above the abyss: Kether, Chesed, and Binah. Kether and Kether, Chesed, and Binah. Binah and Chesed are connected to the planetary sphere of Saturn. Saturn is Kronos, or the Titan. And this triad is marked like this, and it is the upper triad, considered the world of the real. Where my thumbs are, below that is a hidden cipher called the Doth. In fact, that Doth is the gateway. That's why it's the hidden cipher to the shadow self, or behind you. On the body, the Doth is located at the back of the neck, while all the other ciphers are on the front side. Now, at the back of the neck, the medulla oblongata, or the medulla oblongata, is also where it stores your past life experiences, because this is the shadow self, the Doth, or the Darth Vader, which means your knowledge. This is the gateway to the world of the real. This world is the illusionary world, pushed forth by the world of the real. This is universe B, this is universe A that I talked about. This is the world where you're from. But so by eating his children, Kronos, everything stayed above this Doth abyss. Zeus represents the first cipher below the abyss. I guess it would be on this side, it's really on this side, but this side. This is called Chesed. Chesed is connected with the planetary body of Jupiter. Jupiter, the Roman deity, chief deity is Jupiter. Jupiter is Zeus. And this is also in Kemetic mythology, Ptah. Ptah. Jupiter, Zeus, Ptah, same nigga. Hey. Ptah is the builder god. This is the world of formation, the other ciphers. There's 6 ciphers up into Yoshad, the moon. And below that is Malkuth, the earth. These 6 ciphers here, starting from Zeus, Jupiter, Ptah, or Jupiter, Ptah, or Zeus. These 6 are considered the 6 numbers of man, the world of formation, or Ptah, the builder god. All of that represents, or Kronos' children as he threw them up and created formation. This is the realm of the gods. That's why you've heard me say before that you're technically older than the gods. Kronos. The gods represent creation. That's why God is the creator. So on earth, on your way up, you start here, and the first thing you become is God. That's your first step into consciousness. Well, actually, one of your first steps is becoming Tifra, because right above the moon is a cipher called Tifra, which is the sun, which is the Jedi, because it touches every other cipher by a path, which means it balances the force. And this is also the sun or the Christ energy. So this is you representing the sun or the Christ energy becoming conscious. And then right above it is the Darth. This is you turning to the dark side. Because after you become the sun and become these gods, if you will, then you must go to the dark side, the shadow self. You know what I'm saying? Or the Titan. That's why I told you earlier in the Necronomicon, they call the Great Old Ones. These are the Great Old Ones up in Kether. You get what I'm saying? Up in Kether, the Kronos in them, the Titans, those are the Great Old Ones. So technically you're Great Old Ones. You get your Great Old Ones. The gods are a later day version of you, so that's not even an end destination. When you call yourself a god, you become a master of this creation, master of self, master of your emotions. God 7, master, Sinbad sailed the 7 seas, master of the 7 virtues and the 7 sins, 7 chakras. You know what I'm saying? That's because you're a master of the 7. You get what I'm saying? Therefore, call yourself a god because you mastered it. If you're still doing chakra work and you're working on your chakras, you ain't God yet. So this is what I was seeing in the when they were killing each other. Kronos eating his babies. Chaos. Kronos from the world of melanin eat his babies. Joker is chaos. Then he says, what doesn't kill you makes you stranger. This is the commentary on the niggas. You know what I'm saying? Commentary on the niggas. Now, you know, of course, you niggas ain't dead, but you niggas are strange. We could just leave it there. You can visualize on that one now. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking the police ain't kill you, but you about the strangest niggas standing out there thinking that you are somehow going to get something done. Motherfuckers been killing you since you got here. That ain't going to get it. You better figure out a whole different fucking 5-tier plan like that dude. Alright, so now understand this. We have learned that chaos is like havoc and anything goes. But it's not really anything goes. It's all potential, as I pointed out. So there's still balance in all potential. You understand what I'm saying? And that's represented as Mayat, but in the movie represented as Two-Face. He's now the new Mayat. Rachel, remember, was the old Mayat. He's the new Mayat, and we're gonna see how that I will break that down in detail how he's the new version of Mayat. He's the new version of Mayat. Alright, 1 second. Just looking at all this crap I'm getting. Alright. So he's a new version of Mayat. Alright. He also says something interesting, cause him being Mayat and being before he has his accident, Harvey Dent, he represents, black people, you know what I'm saying, good people who are here just to do the right thing, African people live in the sun, and if I have fruit, I will give you my fruit, and all of this shit. So Harvey was saying things like, if you don't die a hero, you live long enough to become a villain. And this has become the black man. By us being down here so long, we are now the ultimate villain. You know what I'm saying? especially before rap music. You know what I'm saying? Black people was damn near on the level of a crow. Could take a pocketbook and fly off and be eating corn before the time you get home. That's how good we was at purse snatching. And we were whatever they said we were in the TV or the newspaper until we started representing ourselves through rap music. Now, you know, we become so if we either die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. So as long as we've been on the planet, we are now the planet's villain, symbolically. Yeah, it was real. It was kind of interesting. They showed the black criminals, and the black criminals, you know, they represented black ignorance. You know, when Joker came in, they said, "Who brought the suit?" And you know what I mean. So basically, he was saying, you know, Joker told him, "No, y'all niggas is paying for the suit. Basically, it's y'all melanin, nigga." You know what I'm saying? He said, "Y'all niggas is paying for it." So they represented the ignorance they didn't know, and you know, so but the suit represented melanin. You know, and Joker, that's where you get the thing. Where Joker runs up on him. You know, the dude says he told the other black dude to get him. He said, "I'm gonna show you a magic trick," and he puts the pencil down. Dude comes, bangs the dude on his head. Pencil goes in his pineal. First of all, he called it magic, and third, he opened up the black man's pineal. He basically said, "Look, you dumb nigga, let me help you out with this." Open his pineal, sent him home. Show you this is what I do. I'm chaos, nigga. I'm that world, niggas. Let me show you what you really need, you dumb, ignorant ass black man. Mind you, in the movie, Joker killed like 3 to 4 black people in this movie. It was just weird. You just kept seeing Joker kill niggas all through this movie. You know what I'm saying? The police cop just kept killing niggas. Cause he was sending niggas home. He was chaos. This is a love story. You know what I'm saying? Joker also has a line. Oh, remember Joker? This is also where Joker puts the knife to Black Dynamite. You know what I'm saying? The dude played Black Dynamite, cuts a smile on his face, and was like, "Why so serious? Why so serious?" And but in the movie promotion, they had "Why so serious" posters. And they spelled Sirius with the S-I, like the star system Sirius. So they was making a point of that to a nigga sitting there going, "Why so serious? Why you so serious?" You know what I'm saying? Interesting. So they connected a nigga to Sirius. So they know what they're doing. Joker has a line. He says, "Batman is just the beginning." He's talking about, you getting in touch with your shadow side is just the beginning. Basically, you need to get into the realm of chaos, the realm of the Titans. You need to dwell amongst those worlds, dwell within them worlds. You need to understand this one. I'm very confident in what it is I do and accomplish because I dwell amongst these motherfuckers. It's not just, it looks regular because I'm still down here having a human experience. I go to Walmart, eat a goddamn sandwich, peanut butter sandwich, just like you. But you need to please believe, based upon spiritual work, I dwell amongst them. Why so serious? So he says Batman is just the beginning. So while most people would still think Batman is the epitome of this dark knight in shining armor, he's actually just the beginning of your consciousness. And Joker also has another line when they're talking to him. Batman has no jurisdiction, so he's basically saying melanin has no jurisdiction. Melanin hasn't and can't be contained. You know what I mean? So he's basically telling you Batman can't be contained, saying in that context. So as the movie moves on, we see our man Fox, Lucifer again. Lucifer gives Batman a phone that has sonar, which represents Lucifer as the all-seeing eye. Lucifer in occult science is the all-seeing eye, is the pineal gland. In a book by R.H. or W.H. Mueller, which is actually Kenneth Grant's pen name. Kenneth Grant was running the OTO, which was Crowley's organization, and basically he gave a lot of secrets out in his book, but he didn't want to say it was him because, you know, he's giving out OTO secrets in his book. And in his book, he's one that deals with some of the Cthulhu mythos, the Lovecraft information, and he brings it to this occult level. Because remember, I told you there was a debate between the occult and the mundane. Now, for us, for occultists, we should be on the occult side, because first of all, the way they came in dreams, we know they're occult, even if Lovecraft didn't. And of course, the mundane world, we wouldn't expect them to get on that boat. But the occultists have been decoding this stuff for the longest. Some good stuff you can find on Necronomicon writing from the occult perspective is anything by Donald Tyson. But the R.H. Mueller book, he talks about Lucifer in the fall, and he talks about Lucifer as the pineal gland. He talks about the black Isis becoming the white Isis, which is basically dark side becoming the light side. Nothing to do with the white women. Most people will get turned off because they think they're talking about some white lady Isis. Then they're talking about symbolic, the white being symbolic for purity and untouched. And that's the same thing as Batman, the shadow self, as the beginning stages, i.e. the black Isis becoming the white Isis, or you must turn to the dark side. As I pointed out, the dark side is actually the true light. All right, so Fox gives him a phone, the all-seeing eye, because he is the pineal gland, he is Lucifer. Harvey Dent, he makes a statement about Rico, said, if I can charge one, we can charge them all, basically. Because they were saying, well, you know, he was talking about indicting these criminals. And the criminals, I guess, in this context, because Harvey represented the old African, the old justified black man at this point. He's Mayat, the DA. He's working within the law. And, you know, he's got virtue, so he's the true law. So he's talking about a lot of the criminals, and he's saying basically, if we can charge one, we can charge them all. Basically, if you can indict, and that makes a lot of sense, because he's basically saying if you can indict one white person or one beast for their work, you can indict them all, because you're talking about genetics. You're not talking about behavior and, well, these white people are good and that white people is bad. You're talking about genetics, and they're only going to be survived by their genetics. So now, to the white people who have niggers in them, you can survive through that. You better harness that nigger, that little hand-me-down melanin that you got. That's your only savior. For the white people that embrace whitehood and white purity, those are the ones that's going. So you need to understand, I'm not talking about all white people like I'm some other version of them. Because all they talk about is all black people, and we know that's an ignorant thing. If I was to say all black people are this or all black people are that, you would say, well, that's kind of stupid. You know, all black people are smart. You would say, that's kind of stupid because I met some dumb motherfuckers. Or if I said all black people are dumb, you would go, that's fucking absolutely ridiculous. Motherfucker, make the goddamn seat that you sitting on now. You know what I'm saying? So all of that to say, as stupid as that sounds, to say all black people are this or that, I would be just as equally as stupid to say all white people are this or that or the other. So so what we can say though is genetically, if you line up with a certain level of genetics, you're going to either be saved or die by them. So, and within how genetics are harnessed, how genetics are changed, are based upon your thought. See, my genetics have changed based upon my occult thinking. My occult thinking leads my genetic to an advanced state, that Jesus level of the game. You understand what I'm saying? So most people's consciousness are at a basic level, so their genetics, they can tell the difference between them and, let's say, their mama who's in church, or the average nigga on Facebook trying to take pictures with goddamn Britney Spears and Justin Bieber. But at the same time, there's still more work to do. There'll be more work for me as well, because you're only limited by your own mind in terms of how far you can go. You just need to be on the path that you're going in the true form of alchemy. So now the average white guy who find themselves sincerely attracted to this information. Because, there's plenty of white people who email me, panic, oh, I'm white, do I have a hope? I'm like, well, the mere fact that you know who I am and can speak to me in such a tone that you understand who and what you're speaking to says a good deal. You better work with what you got. There's a story in Matthew, I can't remember the chapters in my book, about the man with talents. But basically the story is that, Jesus runs across a man, has 10 talents, one man had 5 talents, one man with 1 talent. Tells the man with 10 talents, bury your talents, I shall come back and give you all the glories. Man with 5 talents, bury your talents, I shall come back and give you all the glory. Man with 1 talent, bury your talent, I shall come back and give you all the glory. Man with 10 talents, buries it, has 20 talents, Jesus gives him the glory. Man with 5 talents, buries it, has 10 talents, Jesus gives him the glory. Man with 1 talent says, fuck it, it was only 1 talent. I said, fuck that bullshit, I ain't even waste my time. Then he gets condemned to hell and all sorts of torture and all sorts of fucked up things. So basically the moral of that Bible story is that you still need to work with the little bit of bullshit you got. The little bit of melanin you got. If you find yourself sincere in your heart, then you need to work with it and see what you can come up with. Now, you need not liken yourself on the same level as certain advanced people, but I don't say this in the level of arrogance. I say it in the level of we're all here on a certain, a third grader saying this to a college person, or a college person saying to a third grader, you have a lot of work to do, wouldn't be a form of his ego or arrogance. It's just a fact. You're going to have to do some years to get to this level of college. So I'm in the level of college. And clearly we know white people do not have a cosmic origin. There's nothing you can show me that leads to you in a cosmic origin. You tried it, but it's not true. You tried it with Pleiades when we said when we proved that we were from Sirius. When we uncovered ancient information that connects the black woman and the black man to the star Sirius, which is the only thing we have now, is the oldest star system going, is the best, most ancient we got in this existence, at least thus far, because there's still documentation, there's things older than Sirius. But with that being said, since this was connected to the black man, and when we weren't collecting Pleiades, they tried to say they were all Palladians. Not true. Not only have I detailed channeled, there's nothing that says that besides their ego and them trying to create a cosmic origin. You're created here out of the black man. And because you were created out of the black man and the black woman, that's what's going to save your ass. But you need to embrace us as your mother and father. And until you do that, you're going to be sitting around this motherfucker, walking around, running around this motherfucker while we're truly running it. And I can give you this as a guarantee. We won't be here every day so you can have a place to live. So those of you who are fucking with this information, you need to submit to who it is your parents are, and that'll be your first step into saving yourself. You get what I'm saying? So when Harvey Dent is saying, if I can catch one, or if I can charge one, I can charge them all. He's talking about on a genetic level. If I could say this doesn't exist in the realm of forever, then all of them go. So all I need to do is prove genetically that one is foul. Take down one and I got them all. You get what I'm saying? So in other words, if I prove one white man was made on the island of Yaku, then I proves all of them was. Because they all his sons. That's why they did that in the movie Lucy. If they try to prove Lucy, which is considered the oldest woman, was a monkey, then it says all of you came from monkeys. You understand the statement they was making? When we know Lucy's a black woman, then that says the entire existence on planet Earth came from a black woman. So as Harvey Dent said, if I can charge one, I can charge them all. All right. Let me see what I even feel like talking about. Alfred says something to Bruce when he's talking about the Joker, which represents chaos. Alfred says, some men don't want money. They just want to see the world burn. See, remember, chaos represents the Chronos, his sons, which deceived him to be created. If you watch the movie Thor, the second one, where you hear the bad guy speak, and he talks about this dark world, Thor in the dark world, and this world of darkness, he speaks about how this world of light was never meant to exist. In Gnosticism, as I pointed out, this world is considered a flaw, a mistake, a debauchery. And so, understanding that, chaos would want to see this world burn. This is just one of the bastard son of an earlier world. One that is taken away from a truth, if you will. Trapping light down in your soul, if you will. So Alfred says some men don't want money. They want to see the world burn. You know what I'm saying? So he's talking about consciousness as well. So all you niggas with fiscal plans and 5-step tiers and all of this level, that shit is advanced for those who do want money. And I think those who want money, and because we all need money here, I think we should be into that for those who need to do that. And I think those who ain't, we need to help them benefit from that, blah, blah, blah. But then there's us who just want to see this motherfucker burn. Chaos, my niggas, chaos. They also point out that you have rules. Joker has no rules. So rules become these laws, even the laws of Tahuti, which if you really understand the laws, it's not really about respecting those laws on the level where you become the bitch of the laws. It becomes understanding the laws and seeing how to master and neutralize those laws. For instance, the law of rhythm. And I teach in my class how to neutralize the law of rhythm. You'll never annul or get beyond this principle, as they point out in the Kabbalion or the laws of Tahuti. But the masters understand how to neutralize the law of rhythm, the pendulum swing, the measure to the swing to the left and the measure to the swing to the right. So it says, as a mob guy, the mob guy says, you have rules. But the Joker, he has no rules. He's chaos. Alfred refers to the Joker as a terrorist or terror. So really, the true terrorist that they're talking about has nothing to do with Muslim people. It has everything to do with chaos, in the realm of chaos, and chaos beings, and the enlightened beings. That's terrorists. That's Tara, the terrorist. And Tara becomes Kuan Yin, compassion. So you need to remember, I talked earlier about compassion, and it goes along with terror. Or Terra, or Earth, which is terraforming, where this terror happens, and this terrorist is the chaos. Now, as you move forward in the movie, Joker is trying to shoot up Harvey Dent. Harvey Dent says he's the Batman, he's Shadow Self. This Mayak guy. And there's a wild goose chase to get Harvey Dent. The police are chasing him. Joker's in the van. On the side it says, it's supposed to say laughter is the best medicine, but he drew an S in front of the laughter. It says slaughter is the best medicine. Now it says slaughter is the best medicine. And basically he's saying basically death is your only way out. The best thing you need to heal yourself is through the realm of death. That's your true answer. Ain't no fucking economic plan. Ain't no baby saving. Ain't no the truth. You like, well, why don't you just kill yourself? No, that's copping. That's a cop out. No, if you came down here, that means you came down here to do a work. Whether you get killed by the cops, a piano drops on your head, you get cancer, you stub your toe in a chicken fight accident, or whatever it is that causes your death. When that's your death, you called upon it because it's your time. Your work is done. So a true nigga doing his work is going to die when he dies and how he dies. And no matter how you slice it, it is your own terms. How can it be not your own terms? You cannot say anything else masters your fate than going to walk around and talk about you believe in the fucking laws of attraction. And the laws of attraction is only a sub-law of cause and effect. Because I heard niggas say, hey, I don't believe in the laws of attraction. All right, if you don't believe in the laws of attraction, you saying you don't believe in the wisdom of Tahuti? Because the laws of attraction comes out of the laws of cause and effect. every effect has a cause, and every cause has an effect. If you don't understand if you don't understand the effect, that means you don't understand the cause. Or if you think the effect is a coincidence, it only means you just ignorant of the cause. So out of the principle of the cause and effect comes the law of attraction, which means it is solid. So based upon that, there's no coincidence, there's no accidents, all that other metaphysical shit you like to say. Then you need to say this: you die under your own terms every time. You cannot not die under your own terms. You die of a fucking chicken rape, a fucking muskrat attack on fucking Peachtree Avenue, then guess what? Metaphysically, that's how you're supposed to go under your own terms, my nigga. Muskrat woke up that day and said, I need a nigga to fuck up. Who's it going to be? And hear your ass come walking. That's because the muskrat said perfect. And whether you realize it or not, you said perfect. Somewhere in your Batman shadow self. All right. Some of these references I don't even remember. Okay, I remember Joker having a conversation with Batman, and when Joker gets himself caught, you know, he's telling him how alone he really is. You know, how alone you people really are. You know, he's giving an indictment on humanity, how stupid they are, and what Batman really is. He's trying to tell Batman, as Batman being melanin, how important he is, how chaos and melanin are one thing. So he's basically telling him, I'm trying to read these. But he eventually gets to where he says to Batman jokingly, "You complete me." So he was saying straight out in this joking form because he's doing it from that movie, but he's basically telling Batman, motherfucker, we need each other. Melanin and chaos are one thing. Melanin and chaos. You go to the chaos realm, but you have melanin to get there. So that's why we go and it's in the world of creation. It's the all creation. All creation comes out of this melanin chaos world, the Joker. You need melanin as the vehicle to get there. So that's why you, as melanin people, are the most creative people. So he's saying, you complete me, Batman. All right. I can't remember who says this. I think I wrote it down as police. No, Joker. Joker says this. He says, look, they only need you when they need you. The so-called civilized people. When the chips are down, they will eat your ass. He's basically saying, look, because Batman's speaking of for people and civilization and we shall overcome shit. And Joker's basically telling, look, motherfucker, these are nothing more than animals. This thing you got stock in. So telling you with us, this thing you got stock in, these babies, these economic plans, these once white people get off the planet plans, these living in off the grid plans, these go to Whole Foods and fill your refrigerator up with juice plans. He's saying, look, motherfucker, these uncivilized motherfuckers, when the chips are down, though, motherfuckers will be eating each other, goddammit. And this is what I brought up earlier with Katrina. All you have to watch is the documentary When the Levees Broke by Spike Lee, where he documented all the shit that was going down when Katrina happened. First you had a civilized society, but soon as nobody came for a few days, you seen how quick it was over. America turned into motherfucking Thunderdome. You know what I'm saying? Immediately during Katrina. When the chips are down, these motherfuckers will eat each other. You talking over civilized shit. Batman started calling Joker an asshole, a dick, son of a bitch, and all the rest of that shit. Joker said, look, don't talk to me like I'm one of them. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Not even if you like. Looks like I wrote not even if you like to. But the line was, don't even talk to me like I'm one of them. Basically saying, you need to stop talking to me like I'm another motherfucking human motherfucker. I'm insulted because of that. You get what I'm saying? So that's the same way you heard throughout this entire tape how people take these things in the conscious world and humanize them. Your melanin, your kundalini, your chakras, your pineal, your yin yang, and all this shit, and then have a human conversation about it, about Mike Brown or economic plans, or they tell me how deep I am, and then what economic thing we could do. We can get together in a group with all conscious people and go against the white man. I'm like, what do you mean you was listening to what I'm saying? You damn sure wasn't listening to what the fuck I'm saying. The first thing, I'm not going to fucking create a group based upon my emotional disposition, number one. And number two, to what end? You get what I'm saying? So you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm talking about fucking fucking finding light, self-enlightenment. I'm talking about alchemy here. You get what I'm saying? That ain't got nothing to do with fucking sitting in no fucking group, any fucking group. You know what I'm saying? The group can only take you as far as the dynamic of the fucking group. So where the fuck you going to go? So you're not listening. So that offense, a lot of time I get offended. See, when I heard the Lucy thing, you know, who cares about breaking down this stupid movie? It made me have to talk about this shit because I'm sitting there going, I'm really offended at all the black people talking about how wonderful this fucking movie is. You get what I'm saying? I'm fucking offended. You understand? And, you know, and so this is the same offense the Joker was showing when he said, don't talk to me like I'm one of them, motherfucker. So when you emailing me, think before you email me again telling me some human shit. You know what I'm saying? Decoding your dream about the fucking Mario brothers and all the rest of that. Just think about what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have to say, don't talk to me like I'm one of them. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not. I dwell amongst the gods. Don't talk to me like I'm one of them. All right. I don't remember. Joker says a line. He said Batman calls him a monster. He says, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve. Joker was, like I said, he's all chaos. He's Mr. Chaos Realm. He might have been talking to at Harvey Dent, because that was a hell of a conversation too when he blew up that hospital. He might have been talking to Harvey Dent at this point, because I know I wrote some of that stuff down. Joker, I think he tells Harvey Dent, do you think the rules will save you? Do you think the rules will save you? At the end of the day, and I'm using this, beating this Mike Brown shit down because it's the thing to deal with as our ever-loving example of consciousness versus humanity, because that's what people are dealing with now. It'll be something else next week. A week after. And again, let me be absolutely clear. The human people that taken up this issue, I encourage that 100%. I think they should. There are people who are here for that. Conscious people taking up this issue, you are not doing your job. You lazy fuckers. You're supposed to be doing conscious work, bringing light here. The ones who are taking up this human issues are humans. So as long as you're calling yourself human, then have at it. But you calling yourself a god, you don't come around here with that bullshit with me. You a liar. So I'm not Joker makes I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve. Remember, I told you earlier about the concepts of the Necronomicon and monstrous thoughts in the monsters. So he was speaking to that. Do you think the rules will save you? Again, even us trying to call this white man on his police brutality, we're still trying to operate within the realm of the rules. Do you think the rules will save you? Unless what you need to do is operate outside the boundary of rules. If you really want to get this white man, y'all niggas need to return to some magical work. You return to that shit, you are operating outside of the rules. So, when the Joker said, do you think these rules will save you? Now understand this. A little bit early in the movie, Batman had to make a choice. between Rachel and Harvey Dent. Now this choice became, this is what made Harvey Dent the primal version or the earth version of Mayat, good and evil, two-faced. He became two-faced. This coin became the side of good and evil. Rachel has now been absorbed. She was the old Mayat. She has now been absorbed in his duality. She's his good side. His evil shadow side is going out. So now, as I told you in Batman, in the first one, the straw man, the scarecrow, he had a normal face and a mask as one of the villains, along with Ra's al Ghul. And then in the Joker was always in his mask, but the Harvey Dent or Two-Face was one with a duality, a both-faced. They always show this duality based upon Batman's duality. So Harvey Dent represents a primal form of Mayat or polarity or good and evil, whichever way you want to look at it. But he actually absorbed Rachel. You know what I'm saying? Right. She becomes his good half. Batman says this line, I have only one rule. And I believe it was Joker said to him. Yes, that's what it was. And actually, where Joker says, these rules will save you, and I'm not a monster, I'm ahead of my curve, he's still talking to Batman when he does this. He's not talking to Harvey yet in the hospital. Because I have Rachel dies here, so this is up to the point where Rachel dies. But Batman says to him, in that police station, I have only one rule. Then Joker said that that's the rule you have to break. Profound. Because he's basically saying, it ain't even about what the fuck you fitting to tell me and how deep and how balanced some rule is. The mere fact that you have a rule in this fucking place, that's the first thing you need to break. So it's basically whatever it is you calling yourself or doing or saying that's what it is, that's to be conscious, that's the first thing you need to throw away. Fuck what it is. Whatever it is, you need to throw it away. For instance, niggas said to me, oh, Panic, I cannot stand your cursing. I'm like, I don't give a fuck, lick my ass, you know what I'm saying? And to me, it's embarrassing too. I wouldn't be sitting here just cursing in front of no old lady, and it's embarrassing when old ladies do say, well, I listen to your lectures, Brother Panic. I'm like, oh, excuse me, ma'am. But they're like, shit, nigga, fuck that, nigga. You be on that shit, nigga. And I'm like, oh, okay. But the point is that some people just can't get past it. Okay? But I found out spiritually, if they can't get past the cursing, then the message isn't for them. And I'm so comfortable with that. I can live. I'll make it. Somehow I'll make it if you don't figure it out. Now, for them to get to the next level, because this is a rule that they set for themselves. This is a rule that they're going to have to break. Do you think your rules are going to save you? No. When you break your rules, that's whatever rule you have to break it. Because I do get this as well. Pat, when I first heard you, all I could hear was the cursing. But something told me to stick with it. And they'll tell me, you say some of the most profound shit I've ever heard in my life. I don't even hear the cursing anymore. Because they broke that rule. They broke the rule. That rule for them. Whatever that rule was. Well, we know what that rule is, but whatever the rule may be, you're going to have to break that rule. He said, I only have but one rule. Like he was about to drop some deep shit. He said, nigga, that's the rule you need to break, motherfucker. Joker teaching. You know what I'm saying? Teaching this nigga. Joker says, at one point, look, this world needs a better class of criminal. He's saying, basically, he needs a better nigga. You niggas are still talking about marching and protesting and writing signs and going down to the courthouse and sticking it to the man. He's like, nigga, this world needs a better class of criminal. We need some motherfucking gods on this motherfucker. Some masters, some dark side niggas, some motherfucking jokers up in this, some chaos beings up in this motherfucker. Joker's a chaos being, nigga. Joker also says, look, nigga, I ain't got no plan. I'm like a dog chasing my tail. No, dog chasing a car. He said, when I catch the motherfucker, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. You know what I'm saying? He's basically saying, I'm doing this shit, but when I get there, it's no fucking plan, nigga. I'm chaos. I'm chaos. He's telling you he's chaos. So I'm like a dog chasing a car. When I catch it, I don't even know what the fuck I'm going to do with it, nigga. It's the same thing. That's the whole idea, nigga. We going to heaven. When you get there, you don't want to even define it, nigga. Because then you fuck it up and make it human shit. And I go there, I don't know what's going to be, but I know what's going to be popping, son. That's the whole concept. That's why you call it heaven. That's why you don't have descriptions for these names. Heaven, sweet by and by, eternity, the upper room, Shangri-La, Nirvana. I'm sure I'm missing a lot. But there's these generalized names because when you give it a definition, you humanize it because they're still talking about chaos, niggas. Chaos. Let me say, I don't know what this means. Schemers, I'm no schemer. I can't remember. Some of this shit I don't even remember. Right here. Okay, okay, this is where he's talking to Harvey Dent. I kind of remember he was telling him, nah, this ain't nothing personal. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a schemer. And he said something about this ain't nothing personal, nigga. This is about the science. You get what I'm saying? So when he's telling him it's nothing personal, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Because I'm having a human experience, I can look at this Mike Brown thing and tell you how I feel about it personally. But first and foremost, you shouldn't be interested in how I feel about that personally. That should be very uninteresting to you. A person, that's where you come into the realm of everybody's opinions are like they're asshole. So we can talk about this personally all day, and I feel like this, and I had a cousin, and I had a brother, and a black man like this, and they did that to my sister. Then what you're really hearing is a sermon. You get what I'm saying? Something for me to inspire something emotional in you, which is personal. So what Joe's saying, this ain't about personal. We talking about science here. Get what I'm saying? What's the science on this Mike Brown shit? And we done told you, and we know the science about laws. We ain't even getting into nothing deep with that. We still talk about the laws of attraction. Talking about no death is a fucking accident, or no death could be put upon you, that everything that happens in existence is called for. That's some of the basic shit you learn in metaphysics. So if we even get into science, it's not personal. If you use your metaphysics, it's like, okay, this has a purpose. Of course, the purpose for humans is for them to rally, but for you, that ain't your purpose. Or is it? Or is it? All right. Right. And okay, he was calling Harvey Dent a schemer. He said, look, you was a schemer. You had a plan. But he's basically saying that bullshit ain't work out because chaos enters into it. See, because you ain't going to get rid of the chaos melanin factor. So you niggas is trying to scheme and plan. It's never going to work. That's what the Joker was saying. That's why none of your shit works now. Because the chaos, you're not factoring the chaos or the melanin factor. You only factor in the melanin factor when it gets good. But you're not factoring the melanin factor when you try to work out fucking plans, schemes, hustles. That's why your drug hustle, you always go to jail. Nobody really gets over it. It's 1 in a million, and that's why that's why that nigga's on NBC. Because he's the 1 in a million nigga. And still in his mind it ain't working. Bill Cosby, successful story, right? But you see how tormented he is. Nigga went on fucking hour rants about the black woman in Nike sneakers. How the black woman in wearing Nike sneakers is the worst thing ever. But he's Bill. Because the melanin factor kicks in, and his scheme and his Theo plan didn't work. So that's what Joker's talking about. He said, yes, you had a scheme. You had a plan. He said, and look where that shit got you. Fucked up. And this scheme and plan ties into what we call one word, hope. And that's what I said I was going to bring up now when we got to this portion of it. Hope. Hope is probably one of the top 10 things that got you niggas fucked up. Your hope. And first hope is this. First hope is the dumb shit they tell you. One day you could be the president and all that kind of shit. So you and then after you give that bullshit up, I want to be a fireman, an astronaut. Nobody says I want to be a rectal doctor or some kind of shit like that, you know what I'm saying, or a janitor. I want to work at Walmart when I grow up. I want to be a sweeper, you know what I mean? You don't do all of that shit. You got all these, but 9 times out of 10, guess what you are when you grow up? A sweeper, a mopper, a plunger, you know what I'm saying? One of the niggas that say, y'all can't walk in there, I'm security. You one of them niggas because basically that's what it is. But when you was a kid though, you had all this hope going to school and you could be that, you could be that. Then you grew up and you failed. That's why your ass on Facebook all the time, along with my failure ass too. And you say, there you go, okay, I know how to transfer my hope in my kids. I believe the children of the future. We got to teach the seeds, the babies. Then you have that picture with the black man with his black baby on Facebook. Ooh, there's so much hope in you. That look, because, a black woman pregnant, or she doing this, her pregnant belly. Ra will bless my baby and all this shit. Because you transfer your conscious people, and I'm talking about conscious people now. You transfer the hope that you ain't become shit or half a shit, and you transfer it in your kids now. So now you watching them grown, then they increasingly listen to Lil Wayne music, and you're like, okay, but they'll still be alright. Then they start fucking up in school, then they start fucking and lose their mind. You know what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden they 22, they still live at your house. Now you're sitting around going, oh, I need something else to hope in. Good, you'll have something. Why? Because he just got Shanu pregnant. Now Shanu got a baby and you have a grandson. And you say things like, the world is so much different from when I was young to them now. They have more opportunity. They have the internet. Now black people are moving on map. Then you see something funky like Mike Brown. Oh, how did that happen? What was the game? Because you have so much hope and on a hope path, that's like, I'm going to make a sign now. I'm going to make a sign because you're fucking up my vision of hope, my scheme, my plan. So you just went through a whole life, then you fucking died. You went through a whole lifetime transferring hope. You get what I'm saying? So you need to understand you are manipulated with hope. One of the first agents to do that was Martin Luther King. When he started saying, and listen to the words, Jesse Jackson said, keep hope alive. Them niggas was on a mission to give you hope. Martin Luther King gave you hope. She stood at the back of the bus with marching. All they did was just made the civil rights and make it seem like a fight. So you can fight for the right to hope. If you vote, you're going to be voting. I seen conscious niggas talking about they voted for Obama. If you vote, that nigga, please. Even Eddie Murphy said on Arsenio, nigga, that shit ain't real. You go into a booth and press a button, and all of a sudden they pick your shit. I don't believe it. I said, damn. Motherfucking Axel Foley even know you ain't supposed to vote, and you niggas still talking about voting. So it's all hope. You get what I'm saying? Obama's going to do something. Niggas, and even conscious niggas is saying now, at the end of this shit, yeah, because Obama ain't really for you. When do you think he was? He was going to come in the president and turn this motherfucker out. You know what I'm saying? No, he never was. As I said before in the beginning when I was lecturing, when he came in, Obama always was a symbol. You need to take that symbol, which is uncorruptible, as Batman said, and not just the man. So you bought into the man, Obama. And a man could be, remember what Batman said, a man could be corrupted or get killed or die. You know what I'm saying? So you took something corruptible and put your stock in a man. You still need Jesus. That's what's wrong with you niggas. Conscious niggas did this. But what you needed to do was put your stock in the symbol, because remember, symbolically, the president represents the pharaoh in the West. So this is about us rising in the West. So now you had a black pharaoh in the West. This was symbolic, saying they couldn't keep him off the throne, i.e. conscious light or your conscious energy was starting to rev the fuck up or starting to make manifest. That's all Obama ever was. That's all you needed him to be. Still walking around Obama and do nothing for black people. What you thought he was going to do? Cut you a check? Joker also says to him, I am an agent of chaos. So he says it straight out. That was the climactic scene. I am an agent of chaos. But he's been describing himself as such as I decoded. And while the Joker was saying this, he was talking to the so-called evil side of Two-Face. Okay, so we can move on to the grand finale of this second movie, where Joker sets up his plan and they're going to blow up a boat. And he gives the explosives, 2 boats, gives the explosives or the detonator to each opposite boat. So boat number 1 had the ability to blow up boat number 2, and boat number 2 had the ability to blow up boat number 1. Boat number 1 was a boat full of criminals, the dark side. Boat number 2 is a boat full of regular people. So it became the bad people versus the good people. Two-Face, duality, they're dealing with the same theme. But the real thing is what Joker was talking about was like, remember Joker was saying, uncivilized people will resort to eating each other. Joker was making a statement on humanity as a whole. He was saying so-called good, so-called evil, Harvey Dent, so-called good or so-called evil are the same thing. It is one thing and it all must blow up. That's what Chaos is talking about. So while we're sitting down here talking about they're the good people, they're the evil people, he was saying this shit don't matter. So he showed on the boat that the so-called good people was like, give me that fucking detonator. I'm ready to bang this motherfucker out. Fuck them niggas. They had their chance. And while on the other boat of the criminals, Debo took the fucking thing and threw it out the window. An act of kindness or an act of good. Like, oh, okay. And he sat down and said, y'all niggas. And he said a line. I'm going to get to that line. I know I wrote that down. Well, maybe I'll find. Debo said, y'all want to die, but nobody, he said, y'all want to die, but nobody want to take a life. So Debo playing this role, Tiny Lister, who's Debo playing this role, threw the shit out the window and basically showed you that these criminals did an act of good, which is saying it ain't nothing. And even though they didn't show it because they couldn't show it, but the regular people was ready to blow this up, but they actually turned around and said, no, we're not going to do it. I just can't do it. But if they could, he would have did it to really make that point. But all of that to show you that both of them, they were showing how twisted good and evil was, showing you that humanity is humanity, whether we call them criminals or not. And most of the criminals on that was black men or dark people. So Joker was trying to show, fuck all of these motherfuckers. They all need to go. Because Joker said my plan was to blow them all up. Fuck them. Brink. And Batman saved them before then. And really, them being on that boat represented the cosmic boat. The soul is, or Ra's boat. The soul represents a boat, or the abode. In mythology, Isis, or the solstice boat, is represented as the soul. You know, Captain Hook's boat. Captain Hook is Kronos. So the death or the soul, or you even remember in Pirates of the Caribbean, the souls were going to the north to see where Davy Jones was supposed to be ushering them in lifeboats. And note, the next 3 movies I'm going to do all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies too. Profound shit. So that's the next breakdown I'm going to do, Pirates of the Caribbean. So, hold on a second. Hello? Hey, sweetie. I'm in the middle of recording right now. You on the way home? All right, I'm in the middle of recording. I'm after I finish, I'll call you right back. All right, sweetie. All right, so right, he was showing that there's no good or evil. So of course, Batman goes through more drama. He throws Joker off the roof and catches Joker. Joker says these words: "You just can't let go." Like, come on, nigga, let go of this earth shit, nigga. Stop holding on. So, and you're really holding on to your ego. So, of course, no matter how conscious you get, they kill a black woman, kill a black man, kill a black boy. Boom. You holding on back to your humanity. You just can't let go. Let go. You know what I'm saying? And he says to Batman, that's when an unstoppable force meets an unmovable object. He said basically that's when chaos meets matter. Fucking holding on. You're two oppositions. You get what I'm saying? So basically, when you tap into melanin, you're tapping into the chaos realm and you're trying to humanize it. Melanin in the human body comes out as you, as your creative force, but you're always in conflict. That's why you're fucked up, because you got two different worlds: unmovable object and an unstoppable force. Chaos is forever moving, forever changing. That's why it's the world of constant change. In fact, that's why they haven't mapped your black ass and killed you, because they found out all the 6 secrets of the ethers, light, and all the rest of this shit, but they can't figure out melanin, because every time they isolate it, put it under a microscope, it keeps changing. They showed you that in not this season or the last season, but the season before last, or whatever season they were dealing with Lilith in the True Blood series. They said they kept taking her fairy blood, trying to isolate it to synthesize it, but they couldn't, because they found out every time they would take the fairy's blood out of the system that it would change, and they couldn't map the fairy blood. They were talking about melanin, this light in the blood, this chaos in the blood. So they haven't been able to figure out melanin, because melanin is constant change, and they tell you the law of the universe is what? Constant change, or chaos. Chaos. So chaos in matter is a unstoppable force that meets a unmovable object, matter. So that's why it slows down, and slows down the vibration into what we see now is third dimension. Get it? That's why you're slowed down. You have hit an unstoppable force called matter. But you're trying to take that unstoppable force and make it something more than it is. You need to leave that shit on the curb as much as you can and communicate and deal with true life, the unstoppable force, or the chaos, melanin. That's what the Joker is trying to tell you. You just, it's like you just can't let go, motherfucker. Let go, nigga. Stop with this fucking schemes and plans and fucking juice fasts and all this rest of this shit as your savior. Do it if you got to do it for whatever reason you're going to do it, but if you think it's going to save you, putting these fucking videos. Today I'm on day 3 of my juice fast, and I can feel my pineal gland pulsating. Ugh. Fuck you, fucking cornball. Ain't nothing happening, nigga. If you went on a fucking 3-day fast of pork rinds, the same shit'll happen. You fucking clown. You change your whole shit, your shit'll happen. You know what I'm saying? What you need to do is understand this occult shit for real, and stop tickling yourself with it. So, of course, like I said, Debo says you want to die, but you won't do what it takes, but you won't take a life. He's talking about your own life. You know what I'm saying? You want to die, you know what I'm saying? Because that's, I'm a god, and I go back to this, and I want to get off Earth, and Earth is all this, and can't stand Earth, and I'm pyramids and all that. So you want to die, but so you don't want to take your life. And we're not talking about kill yourself in a mundane, stupid fashion. We're talking about take your life. See, I took my life a long time ago. I am no longer a guy named Panic. You get what I'm saying? I'm no longer interested in my thinking mechanism. Do I still like the same foods? Hell yeah. Do I still know the same people? Hell yeah. If they was doing a skateboard contest, will I be in it? No, because I didn't like that before. But if somebody's making some cotton candy, perhaps I'll get a slice of that. Saying what I'm trying to say, that's not what they're talking about with death. What the death they're talking about is my emotional and I'm going to find the perfect word, my emotional addiction to my plans, my schemes, and my hope. That's dead. That's gone. I have no hope for any of this as humans because I haven't given up hope for what I know. I know what we are is joyous and greater. Instead of hoping what we are is joyous and greater. See, you're in this hope system. I hope black people get it together. I hope black people wake up one day. I hope black people become an economic this and that and that. I hope our kids see better than I've seen. I don't hope no more. That's for kids. I hope I get a train set for Christmas, you childish motherfuckers. I don't have to hope. I deal in the realm of what I know. And what I know is what we are. And what we are is fucking joyous beyond human words of expression. I couldn't even express what I've seen and know and what we are and what we can reflect and what I am going back to. So I don't have to hope that. I know that. And knowing that means I've given up the childish idea of hope. The childish idea of planning and scheming. The childish idea, you know what I'm saying, of trying to live and do better. Be a credit to your race. All that shit. Ridiculous. So you don't know how to take a life. The only life you need to know how to take is your own life. Your own life. Stop walking around here thinking who you are with your fucked up agenda. Your fucked up Facebook statuses thinking you doing something magical. Tell me why, nigga. Why, nigga, why? Take your own life. You should be dead by now, motherfucker. And it's dead to the hope. Dead to the hope. Not dead walking around here, not being able to go to Six Flags or not being able to go enjoy a movie or peanut butter brittle because you're mad and conscious. Has nothing to do with that. Enjoy shit. What else do you got here but peanut butter brittle and fucking sticky buns and motherfucking, fudge sickles or whatever the fuck it is you like. Shit, you might as well indulge as much as you humanly can because that's really all you got in terms of your human satisfaction. You know what I'm saying? But we're talking about emotional illusions. Emotional illusions that you are holding on to. Emotional illusions, you need to kill that. That's who you need to kill. That person who holds on to that. Whoever that personality is, whatever that motherfucker's name is, you need to murder that motherfucker immediately. You need to be able to take a life. So towards the end, after all the Batman makes the speech because he's melanin, get the dogs on me, make me the bad guy. People don't need the truth. People don't need the truth, the Dark Knight, blah, 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 blah. Because he's basically saying we're still going to hold up Harvey Dent, this evil guy, this bullshit guy, the true version of Mayat. We're going to hold it up as a fake justice. So Harvey Dent becomes fake justice now. The same justice system that we know today. This fake justice system. And what you call it? Batman, melanin, becomes the bad guy. Black people become the bad guys. So make me the scapegoat. Put the dogs on me. Make me the scapegoat. So this conscious Batman becomes this dark guy who, regular nigga. I'm trying to, when you have a plan, criminals. Yeah, we need a better class of criminals. Okay, already dealt with that. This takes us to, there's a lot of notes on this. Movie 3. I gotta get me a water. Y'all niggas is gonna have to look at that shit in the back. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck it. Fuck that. Whew. Alright, fuck it, fuck that, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. Alright. Back in this motherfucker. Back from break. Got me all water. I've been on some Skittle shit lately, yo, so y'all got to excuse me. The pink Skittles for the hot chakra. Give me a little sugar rush on. That's right, Brother Panic eats Skittles. Alright. Movie 3. Now I like this the best. So we've got Batman, the Fall of Man in Melanin. In the first one, Universe B, the Melanin communicating with the realm of the chaos. The Unchanging is the Batman was learning about the properties of melanin. And in the 3, the Rise of Batman, it's a Kundalini story. Never let you forget the Kundalini story. All right. Use notes. All right. Get this sugar right first. Had an energy. We have 4 hours. 3:50:29. All right. Where's Bobby at? Y'all all right? All right. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Keep going here. Okay. Kundalini. Y'all all right? All right. Okay. So the third one is a Kundalini movie by the name Batman Shall Rise. Now he understands the world he's going to. He has to rise. They introduced, in this movie, they dealt a lot, again, as they always do, with duality. This time they dealt very hard with the yin-yang energy. Catwoman, Bane, and what was her name? Miranda Tate. It's a goddess. Now, Miranda Tate represented that duality in the movie, because now I said all the bad people have a duality. In the movie Two Faces, in this one they had Catwoman, who represented Batman's other side, which was almost evil, but he kept having her pushed to the edge, like the black woman, if you will, because that's what she was representing. And Miranda Tate, which was the daughter of Ra's al Ghul, we find out later, she had the regular face, she was in corporate, but she turned out to be the bad guy. And then we had Bane Batman. That was the man. So Catwoman, to show you she was a black woman, it opens up. She's dressed up as a maid. And to show she was that desperate black woman, they had her stealing the pearls. And she stole Bruce's mother's pearls, which shows a black woman. Remember, Bruce's mother was representing Africa. He said, it looks better on you than in my safe, but still they have to go back in the safe. Because Bruce is a little bit more conscious now. He knows he needs to keep Africa African. Bruce has a broken leg in this one. This is the third one. His Kundalini force, or his energy, they're showing is inhibited. Remember, the Batcave represents the underworld, subconscious mind. This Bruce goes to the Batcave, his lair, or his subconscious mind. Alfred, which represents his consciousness, is now talking to Bruce about a whole nother subject, about Bruce going to heaven. Alfred says, he describes this vacation spot, which is described in heaven. He said, he brings up 7 years again. I can't remember what context Alfred brings up 7 years. But something about 7 years, he says, I wish I seen you there with a woman. He said, our eyes will meet. He said, I won't even say nothing to you. I would just nod to you. But basically see that you're in heaven and basically you're here and you're safe and everything's all good. He was talking about an end game for him. Alfred is his consciousness saying, look, nigga, it's time for you to get out this body. It's time for you to rise, nigga. Okay, that's what I remember. He said, I never wanted you to come back to this motherfucker after the 7 years. Basically talking about when he left for 7 years, when he was in the League of Shadows. Now, Bane also, is when they show Bane moves into the sewer of Gotham, Gomorrah. This is the underworld. Real rain lady. Okay, I don't know, I'll leave that, I'll come back to that. I'm trying to remember my notes. Bane, Catwoman, Batman, and Miranda Tate all represent yin yang force. First I thought it was Catwoman, but I seen how they do it. They remember, if it's a Kundalini story, Bruce Wayne is represented as Jesus. Jesus is the ultimate Kundalini story. So there are two thieves that sit on the cross by Jesus. In this movie, it was Miranda Tate, and she was, because it's a light and a dark, because these thieves are actually representing the body as the Ida and Pingala, two nerves at the base of your spine, and it's at the Jesus gets crucified at Golgotha. Golgotha is also Gotham City. So Jesus, Golgotha, is also Gotham City. And at the place of the skulls, Golgotha, there are two thieves that Jesus said he's going to take to heaven with him. These eventually become those two snakes that intertwine, and they intertwine as yin-yang force, the same way Batman and Catwoman were intertwining. Batman, Miranda Tate and Bane were intertwining. Catwoman and Bane intertwined when Catwoman sold Batman to Bane. So it was all four of them representing, first of all, the dark Isis and the dark Osiris, and you can say the light Isis and the light Set Nephti's Isis and Osiris. Now, where am I? So the two thieves that sat by Jesus was Miranda Tate and Bane. Batman, of course, is Jesus. Let's see. I'm trying to remember this. Bane says something about mining operations in West Africa. A coup. Oh, okay, no. Alfred says, when he was finding information on Bane, he said Bane was behind a coup in West Africa, and based upon mining operations. That's another reference to Kundalini. And another reference, Alfred says you have to invest to restore balance to the world. Another talking about Kundalini again. Now, so eventually you move on. Catwoman's talking. She's talking to Batman. She's talking to Bruce Wayne, actually, and she says to him, "There's a storm coming, Mr. Wayne." While he's dancing with her, eventually gets out the house, and storm represents Kundalini as well. The Kundalini is represented by the caduceus. When you're looking at it straight on, like I said, it's two snakes intertwining. But they said if you look at a 3D model, if you took that caduceus that's going up this way, flipped it forward, you would see it spin like this, like a tornado, like you were looking down a tornado. And so the storm, or the Kundalini storm, is what she was talking about. Another Kundalini reference. Fox is talking to Wayne. These notes, I suck at writing notes. Look at this shit, I don't know what the fuck I was on when I was writing, but I must have been excited when it was going down. Oh, okay. He said after your father dies, he set up different companies or something, whatever. It was some Osiris thing Fox was talking about. You're saying, you know, he was, Fox was talking to him. When you listen to it, you'll hear him talking about his father. It was some real Osirian conversation, all the things. He's talking to him as if he's Haru, all the things that his father set up. Now, he's also showing him more gadgets, and he talks about this autopilot. And he said, well, I can't figure it out. He said, can't figure it out. He said, well, I was trying to be modest. It takes a less busy mind to figure it out, a mind like yours. So basically, Lucifer is saying, look, motherfucker, I got a lot of shit going on. Because you're a human, you now have a less busy mind. You're here to figure shit out, so you can figure out this autopilot. Now, Alfred now is still talking to Bruce Wayne. He's telling him about Bane. He's like, look, motherfucker, every once in a while, something comes out of the pit, or the pit throws something back. You know what I'm saying? And he explains how Ra's al Ghul threw this motherfucker out. You know what I'm saying? So he's basically saying this is another nigga that was cast down. See, because the Ida and Pingala, which was Bane and the girl, they were both in the pit. And they're basically saying they were both at the base of your spine. Because remember I said they're the two thieves. So these two people were both in the pit before. They were both at the base of your spine before. They were both thrown back by Ra's al Ghul. Ra's al Ghul meant melanin, shadow self, and all the rest of that hot shit that dwells up at the top. He said, no, we threw these motherfuckers in the pit. He said, eventually the pit throws something back. Kundalini. It throws it right back. Come on now. They giving it to you. So now, of course, you can't do any movie without the activation of the chakras. This is where the movie turns into a chakra movie. And y'all gonna get a kick out of this. Watch Bane, because the next scene they show Bane making his move. And his move was to go to Wall Street and get some money. Get this score, the pot of gold at the end of the chakra rainbow. He walks in with a red helmet. That's the chakra. You will see in that room, and they systematically show you all the chakra colors. A nigga wearing purple, a nigga wearing orange, a nigga wearing yellow, more niggas wearing red, green, so on and so forth. They're going through all the chakras. So Bane showing you. We done open up the chakras. We got that out the way. Cut that bullshit out. We done open up all the chakras. And where we at? Red helmet. So you will see they start to chase. After they run out, they start to chase. And they actually go through the chakra colors again while they're doing the chases. Green, blue shirt. The computer represented the pineal gland, because they were trying to get the money from the computer. So they were trying to open up the pineal gland. Batman gets the computer, crashes the pineal gland, and then when the cops start surrounding, Batman ascends, goes into the crown chakra. So in the middle of the movie, they showed you the chakra story. Catwoman representing the black woman, or the feminine energy, if you will, or her as the key. What does she do? She's a safecracker. So that's why the black woman will be the one that's going to open up the locked doors for your ass. So Catwoman represented the black woman, feminine energy. And so she opens the safe, or third dimension, or the key to third dimension. I can't even read this shit. Alright, so I don't know, let me see if I could think of why I wrote it. They talked about the clean slate program. That's why she was doing her thing. The clean because she'll be going from every database on Earth. Well, now you can look at it as Catwoman trying to say, look, I'll be gone, you know, I've been on Earth, I'm documented here, the black woman's DNA and everything. They were saying she's wearing out, they got her. But a clean slate, when they just erase her from this bullshit and she could go on, I guess you could look at it on that level, why she would need the clean slate program to get the fuck up out of here. All right. Okay. So I remember Alfred arguing with Batman. He tells him to, you know, stop the bullshit, let the truth have its day. Basically, he's telling him, nigga, let this consciousness rise. You know what I'm saying? Let it rise up, player. Cut it out. Stop with the bullshit. Holding on. Let your kundalini rise, nigga. Stop walking around all fucking stuck. You know what I'm saying? All right. All right. So Amanda Tate is still talking about duality again, because she's talking about her goal is free, clean energy. What's free, clean energy? Kundalini energy. She represents Kundalini as well. They all would, you know, yin yang and the Kundalini force. So she represents the Shakti energy when she was in that pit and as a kid. But she's saying, I want clean energy, but the same mechanism that she was trying to use for clean energy, remember, eventually it becomes the bomb. That bomb is the same Kundalini force, the destructive side of the Kundalini. You know what I'm saying? Using your Kundalini to blow shit up. Somebody told me it was a cartoon when they did that shit. And then it's the same free, clean energy. Abundance, life force energy. Wayne says, well, if I give you this machine and show you the technology of this machine of free, clean energy, somebody's going to use this motherfucker as a nuclear weapon. And he's right. You know, motherfuckers will use Kundalini, make flowers grow. And because if you ask niggas right now if you could use your Kundalini energy to end this place, I don't think we'd be sitting here much longer. So somebody's going to use that motherfucking shit for a nuclear weapon, that Wayne said. So now they go meet the board. The board represents the priesthood at Wayne Enterprises. Then we got this dude, one of the false gods, or the priesthood, or the false gods, the Mount Olympus. Remember, they the gods, they the ones that cast Lucifer off the council, Lucius Fox. Even though he's there now, they had to because they already put him back in the first one. But they represent that demiurge, the one dude trying to take it over. You know, he's not listening to Lucifer. Trying to get Wayne kicked the fuck off. He's like, basically, why is Wayne here? You know what I'm saying? He's fucking up. You know what I'm saying? He ain't doing nothing. He need to go. He bounced. Lucifer even said he got a point. Lucifer said he got a point because you can only sit there unless you're doing the work. So Lucius Fox was basically saying, until you raise Kundalini, Wayne, you know, this nigga do got a point, even though you my mans and all. So he goes beef cause the fake chakra work didn't work. They was trying to get riches at the end of this rainbow into the consciousness. So when they tried to take over Wall Street and it didn't work, you got this dude beefing, one of the dudes from the board. He goes in front of Bane. He ready to give him a fucking, ready to ball Bane out with his mouth. Like, look, here, nigga, you said your little big move's gonna work. Wayne's still sitting there. I don't own Wayne yet. Blah, 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 blah. He said, nigga, hold on, motherfucker, I'm in charge. Motherfucking Bane said the smoothest shit ever. Do you feel in charge? That nigga Bane was a G. He said, do you feel in charge? Showing him his ego. So that goes a long way. That also goes into the human idea of this false freedom, this human idea of this false human idea of free will that you think you have. people in this false idea of free will. So he basically was like, do you feel that you're in charge? Like showing him himself, because this nigga's a primal nigga. So that was that. He said. Then the dude said, "Yeah, evil." He said, "No, I'm a necessary evil, man. I'm a necessary evil." You know what I'm saying? Which is what we talked about earlier in consciousness, with all the Baphomet and all them symbols. What we're calling evil is necessary for your transformation. So it's a necessary evil, necessary for its true purpose. We know it, but they present that as a mundane thing. So as you move on, Wayne is talking to Catwoman, but he's talking to her as her normal self. She says, sorry they took your money, because they took his money at the board or whatever. She said, no, he said, no, you're not, bitch. Bitch, you yin. You don't give a fuck about that shit. Yin ass bitch. Shakti asshole. Oh, okay, then Wayne, Commissioner Gordon, who's in a hospital at this point, he's talking to Robin, which we don't know is Robin yet. They had me fooled the first time when they said his name. I was like, oh, duh. Because I'm thinking they're going to go with the story from the comic books for Robin. So they snuck it in, so he's Robin. I do hope they do another movie. I like these type of shits. Who made him a detective, which was a form of graduation. But he says a word to him. Robin says something, and Gordon says to him, you're a detective, son. You're not allowed to believe in coincidence anymore. So not only is it what I've been talking about the laws of attraction and coincidence, they're saying it in the occult context here to say, no, you have graduated from believing in coincidence. He just used detective, but he's basically telling you graduated from that bullshit, believing that fucking cops could just beat you and you're gonna die and they're somehow in control. You have graduated from that, and that's what he's saying with them. I got so many notes, I don't even know what I was trying to make a point about anymore. What's that? Power goes off? See, I don't even know what that shit means. I don't know a clue. And I ain't going to watch it again to find out. Oh, okay. I remember what that was, actually. He's kissing her, and the lights go off. And I don't remember why I was making the point, but lights go off. He's like, I think my power went off. And but she's lighting the fire, but she also represents Kundalini form too. That she tells him, I'll take care of your parents' legacy, Bruce. Because she's basically saying, I'm that force. Your parents' legacy is consciousness. The Isis Osiris, I'll take care of it. So and that's why they did fuck. Because remember, both of them, all four of them, represents Isis Osiris, Nephthys, and Set. So they all intertwine, brothers and sisters, just getting it on, each other's yin yang or duality. The Horus out of that 5 represents her as a kid or that kid in the pit, symbolic of him. So Bruce did become that kid in the pit again too. So it's just them playing their roles interacting. So she says, as they're lighting a fire because the power went out, on nights like this, we had a fire, and on those nights we were very rich. Because he was like, it's like basically, he said, I don't even think you know how to light a fire. And she was like, oh, no. The nights like this, when we had a fire, that's because we were very rich. Talking about Kundalini fire, talking about enlightenment, and talking about that's the true power of being rich. Alright? Bruce is filling her up on her back She has a scar, looks like the number 7, 7 chakras. She tells Bruce, we could leave, take my plane, go anywhere you want to go. He says someday, but not today. Basically, Bruce is still stuck on Earth. She's like, look, man, we can bounce right now, nigga. I got the Shakti force. Got a 7 on my back, nigga. We just lit a Kundalini fire with my plane and just get out bounce on, nigga. Not now, motherfucker. Not now. He ain't ready. Alright? So basically, Catwoman brings Batman down to the subway. She's going to sell him out. And they show a perfect scene because while we now thinking it's all about him and Amanda Tate, Amanda Tate is his balance, they show subtly, subconsciously, that Catwoman is going to be his actual balance. So remember, in the end, he ends up with Catwoman. But they showed there's going to be his balance because first they showed Bruce, after he fucked, he's now standing on top of the bridge. And this Batman shit, this shit is just flaming. And then they showed the next scene, Catwoman in the subway, bowed down in the underworld. They were showing the true duality. He had to go back down to see her ass. Amanda Tate wasn't that bitch. That's why he didn't get on that plane with her. Because she wasn't the one. It's truly Catwoman he had to raise up. Because you remember throughout the movie, he truly was trying to save her all the way through. From the day one. She's selling him out, like selling his fingerprints, stealing his pearls, took his car. He went on the roof, still saved her ass. Because she's the one he has to go to heaven with, balance it out with. So, here's where you get into all the dialogue of Bane. Because, as I said, in most of these movies, 90% of them, the 99%, it's the bad guy who you need to watch, who's telling you the story. So Bane tells Batman, while he's fighting, victory has defeated you. Probably one of the most profound things said in this movie. Victory has defeated you. Why we are failing is the very thing most black people are holding on as a source of their pride, their victory. Black man, I built the pyramids. Black man, I started this. Black woman, I'm the mother of civilization. Man, we have nice ether here. Right? We have melanin. Black women, they can't dance. Well, that's true. But the white person who's walking around this motherfucker is basically going, victory has defeated you. Because you already feel victorious. You don't feel with all of this shit that you have anything to do. And what I was telling you from the jump street in this whole entire offering is that you need to understand that you still have work to do. You're at the beginning stages. Finding your melanin in this conscious and these concepts are at the beginning stages. That's what Batman is all about. The first one is just nothing but Batman just finding the League of Shadows. Melanin. But he ain't done yet. That's why it took fucking 3 movies for him to fucking finally rise. So you ain't rise yet. That's why I'm telling you, I dwell amongst them. I did all that rising shit a while ago. So I'm good. I'm good money. I feel completed here. I feel like I'm in charge. Yes, I feel like I'm in charge of myself, yeah. You know what I mean? So that's what you gotta do. You still got more to do. Got still inner work to do. It's nothing really about how much you gotta learn. It's about your inner work. So victory has defeated you. All your pyramid building and I was here first shit has defeated you. Until you feel like you're still in the grind. That's when you're going to do something. That's what I talked about earlier with the Vanilla Ice thing. When Vanilla Ice program didn't work and didn't take over rap like Elvis took over rock and roll and we kept going, we didn't feel defeated. That's why we held on to it. That's why rap is so terrible now. It probably lasted shit lasted like 30 years. 40 fucking years by now. And it sounds so old and beat up and worn out now because we didn't create nothing new, because we still feel we own that victory. We own that victory. It has defeated us. That's why you hear these dumbass records now. Yeah, nigga, wood to the left, nigga, left, nigga, left. Like, shut the fuck up. Bane says to Batman, theatricality and deception, powerful tools for the uninitiated. Yes. Theatricality and deception. That's what we've been victimized of. Deception. We know there's a cop that kills a nigga every day or every 2 goddamn days. This Mike Brown is just the one they decide to put up in your face. Theatricality and deception. Powerful tools for the uninitiated. So what I'm trying to tell you is, and what I've been telling you, if you're conscious, that's a form of self-initiation. I'm initiated in this game. Self-initiated in this game. Now, but that's talking about ceremonial initiations. Self-initiation based upon doing the work. So those are no longer powerful tools for me as distraction. Theatricality and deception. Powerful tools for the uninitiated, not for the conscious, or not supposed to be. Darkness is your ally. I was born in it, molded by it. So basically, Bane is telling this nigga Batman, Melanin, look, you're trying to fight me with this bullshit. Darkness is your ally, but nigga, I'm from this darkness. It's not like I'm trying to be dark. Same way you niggas is dark side. Nigga, I'm the dark side. Nigga, you trying to be dark. You trying to prove something. You don't have to say what you are. You don't have to say, yeah, shoestrings, because you know how to tie a shoe. We're going to assume the mere fact that you have shoestrings on, that you can tie your shoes. So I'm going to assume that if you're dealing with dark energy or the dark side magic, it's going to manifest in you. And it manifests as a true light being, really. So when I see true light beings, I know niggas, if they found some true light, they was dealing with the dark. If they sitting around talking about fucking a economic plan and talking about goddamn how fucking what the fucking next man is doing as a fucking plan or scheme, as the motherfucking Joker said, then I know you're not dealing with real light. You haven't taken the necessary steps. And like I said, this movie we're talking about is really just about an individual taking necessary steps, and it's also talking about the state of the black man in our occult science. So when him saying he's born of it, molded by it, he's trying to give Batman an opposition to someone who's saying, well, I'm getting with this dark side. I'm on the dark side now. Nah, nigga, I'm molded by it. I don't have to be on. I ain't on no dark side shit. I am dark side shit. I'm molded by it. You think darkness is your ally? Nigga, I am darkness, nigga. So when you trying to say I use the dark side as an ally, I am the dark side. I don't need it as an ally. That's what I am. You said I didn't see light until I was already a man, and I found it to be blinding. Basically, it's like after this shit you calling light, I didn't even see this shit until I was already old. You know what I'm saying? When I was young, nigga, I was just about this darkness, nigga. I didn't even see this bullshit until later, nigga. I was already grown when I came down here. This is nothing. Do you feel in charge? Do you feel in charge? Then he, as he's fighting Batman and kicking his ass, he just cracks this nigga's back over his knee. Blah! Breaks his kundalini. And says, I was wondering what would break first, your spirit or your body. He broke that body because he didn't break the spirit now. He didn't break the spirit. He broke that body. So your body's broken down. He broke that kundalini force and just put that nigga up in the pit. And nigga, I'm gonna show you what it's like, nigga, up in this here thing, nigga. So now Robin is, or who we know to be, come to be Robin, the actor, he's walking around and he's doing whatever the fuck he's doing throughout the movie. But what he represents is morality. He represents the human fake morality, saving the kids, and why doesn't Batman do this for the kids, and when will Batman come back and just be that hero that we all need. And one day Batman came and he said these words to me and he inspired the kids, and I was just a kid when Batman did this, and he gave me some Fruit Loops and I was happy forever. He's morality. He's this fake morality, this hope. So Wayne said to him, while he's in the pit, Bane is talking to him. Wayne said, why don't you kill me? Bane tells him, death is too easy. He said, torture me? He said, yes, of your soul. So he's saying, basically, I'm placing you in humanity. I'm not torturing you, I'm torturing your soul. And torturing your soul is to put you in this pit called humanity. So, he said, oh yeah. Now, Bane said, I'm going to let you watch, though, what's happening in the real world, Gotham, basically. So he's basically saying, I'm going to let you see all this shit, and I'm going to burn this whole motherfucker down, and you ain't going to be able to do shit, motherfucker. But sit there and hope. He told him, your real torture in this pit is hope. He said it. He said it. The real torture in this pit is hope. I cannot go in enough at the top 10 on my list of what it is that got niggas fucked up. Hope. And it's false hope. But hope, this idea of something's greener on the other side, or something that's going to happen down here that's going to change your circumstance. That nigga said, I'm going to show you hope of someplace you ain't going to never see again, motherfucker. Hope. He said, Bane told that motherfucker, I'm going to get you so desperate, you're going to be like a shipwrecked man who turns to seawater to quench his thirst. Goddamn, that's death. That's like the black man turning to the white man for hope. Or to quench your thirst. The same way you niggas think a white man's education is going to get you out of this. You're turning to seawater to quench your thirst. The same beast that's on a very mundane level that's just enslaved you. The same beast that's held you down, that raped your mama and all of this shit. Your plan is to go to his college, get educated, come back and kick him in the ass with his own education. You're nothing but a shipwrecked seaman turning to seawater to quench your thirst. Goddamn, Bane was on it. Oh, do you think you're in charge? That nigga Bane was putting it in. Whew. Earth behavior to enhance your thirst for death. Goddamn. Do you think you are in charge? You think darkness is your ally? I was born in it. I was born in it, bitch ass nigga. Alright, where we at? Put this on this side. Page 3. Bane also says there's no true despair without hope. I cannot push him enough how fucking that shit makes, oh my goodness me, all tickly on the inside. There's no true despair without hope. He's telling you, this is how white folks have been doing this thing to you. By giving you hope, starting with Martin Luther King Jr. Better banking, better schools, better houses, sitting at a goddamn Woolworth goddamn counter and sipping on some coffee as a form of one day we'll be able to do that. Little white kids go to school with little black kids. So once you started incorporating this hope and seeing these little victories, this is when they was able to give you true despair. There's no despair without hope. Do you feel you're in charge? And he tells them, Bane says, based upon giving them hope, he told people in Gotham, I will make them believe they can survive. I will give them false hope for their souls. I will make them believe they can survive. Because you niggas believe you want, if we survive the white man, we survived this, we made it through this, whatever doesn't kill us, make us strong, blah, blah, blah. Nigga, you're all gonna die. Everybody dies. So you're gonna die. What you gonna do then if you don't know this shit? Well, you're gonna know how, you're gonna go to die and say, well, we had a kick-ass economic plan. You're gonna die and say, well, I ate well. You know what I mean? I didn't eat Skittles like that nigga Pan. I don't drink the finest of waters of the alkali variety. So I guess I'm going to heaven. Oh, but I never use fluoride. Never use fluoride. So I'm going to heaven. No, that ain't it, nigga. I'll make them believe they can survive. False hope for their souls. As I terrorize Gotham, I feed them hope. As I terrorize Gotham is America, I feed them hope. You niggas, boy, you niggas need to learn something today. Do you feel you're in charge? I can watch them clamor over each other to try to stay in the sun. Do you niggas feel you're in charge? When they really, truly understand the depth of their failure. When you truly understand the depth of your failure, Gotham will be ashes. Now, here's what he got back in the occult, because the ashes represents the rise of the phoenix. He's saying, when I really kill your monkey asses, that's when you niggas can rise. Bane's about it. He about it, nigga. Bane is about it. He can come over my house and get a steak anytime. Bane can always get a cup of Hennessy here at this location. Do you feel you're in charge? So they take Catwoman to jail, picked up on some other shit. They locking her in on the Dent Law. The fake Nyat, fake justice. And the guard is talking, they said, shit, this bitch will be alright. He said the first time she broke out of jail, she was 16. 6 and 1 is 7 chakras. First time she broke out of humanity, she was 16. They told him about this bitch is reincarnating, now she need to get with Batman, go to heaven. So they start talking about, so Batman says he needs to get up. He's talking to that doctor. The doctor's saying some surefire occult shit. The blind doctor. He's the pineal, or the aspect of the pineal, while he's talking to Bruce in the pit, telling him Bane's story. He says he's going to fix it. First, before you do that, I need to fix your back, nigga. Basically, you need to understand your Kundalini energy is up your back, nigga. You better get your posture right. You know what I'm saying? So he straightens out his back, fixes vertebrae, makes a straight path to God, the spine. Then they have to do the climb. The climb. The climb represents the Kundalini, that pit, of course. That light at the top, it represented one level of Kundalini. It represented, because there's different levels in your Kundalini. There's physical levels, and then there's spiritual levels, or greater spiritual levels, let me say that. So this represented the physical level. The yoga, that's why he's sitting in that position for the longest, healing himself. The yoga and the will level of him climbing. And then him finally finding the way to climb, which was to sever the rope. The rope was to the lower self or the lower realms. And that rope is what pulls you. That rope that pulls you yet again is when you see the police brutality, and all that shit that you got you involved here. But still, you know what I'm saying, in fairness, there's a lot of ropes that pull you down. The gas bill pulls you down. The electric bill pulls you down. Your kids pull you down. Everything that's going to distract you humanly is going to pull you down. Every month you got to pay the rent. It's a form of terrorism, and that pulls you down. But he said when you can let these things go, when they can't control you emotionally, even the gas bill and all that, when they can't control you emotionally, that's when you can truly rise. You get what I'm saying? And that's what Bruce did. So now, after he got out, of course, he throws the rope back down to his comrades. So that represents the same thing. You can say I'm doing, Bobby's doing, Brother Phil's doing, Aleem's doing, Joe Pokram's doing, Dr. Africa. You name the long list of those who sat before you and taught you things. When they figured out something based upon, and that represents the physical way of getting out the pit. This form of light, same thing. That's what represented with Bruce. He threw the rope back down to his comrades. And that's what writing a book is, doing a lecture is, doing my classes are, creating an herb pack is, throwing the rope back down so people can use it and climb up for themselves. Find their way up out the pit. And that's the physical level of this earth in Kundalini. So now they get into this bomb. They need 3 board members to activate the bomb. Lucifer, they get Miranda Tate, Kundalini, and then they get this professional man from the board. He represents consciousness. So you needed Lucifer, Kundalini, and consciousness to activate this bomb, or the pineal, pituitary, and hypothalamus gland. You can look at it that way, but really it depends on how you want to see it, because that Lucifer is the pineal gland. That bomb was the pineal gland. But you notice Lucifer is the one who had to do the final programming for it, because that's actually an extension of him. So Bane, I'm trying to. Bane activates bomb for the sake of your children. Okay. Yeah, he said something about I'm doing it for the children or something like that. When he's activating the bomb, which was, you're supposed to help the children. He said, no, I'm doing this for the children, basically. But what you have is them at this big football game. Everybody has on yellow, which represented the will. And it represented the will of America, or the sun, if you will, too. And they were singing the national anthem. And so they was representing America. How come they saying the national anthem in Gotham? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because it represented America at this point, and they're at this game. So Bane blows up this bomb, and you see all this destruction. Everybody, the football players is running, and what's odd is the black man is running. He's totally oblivious to this destruction. The one black man, and until he turns around and looked at all the shit that's happening. Now, because he was basically talking about this America must blow up because that's Gotham, and the black man is probably, and it represents the black woman as well, but the only one that can be technically be saved. You get what I'm saying? Or can save himself from his destruction when he's oblivious to the bullshit. If you turn around in that bullshit, you know what I'm saying? You going to the same way. The true story of Sodom and Gomorrah, Lot's wife, he turns around and bitch turns into a pile of salt or some kind of shit like that. It's just another story. If you turn around and look at this shit behind you, you got to leave this shit behind you. So we got to leave America, and it's basically holding on to the ego. Because let's say this was over tomorrow and we found ourselves somewhere in another part of the world and all black people together, we still be talking about the shit that happened here. We'd be having fucking statues to Trayvon Martin, statues, people who are dead and gone, who technically serve their purpose for us to get to the new world. Let's pretend there's a new world. To get to this new world or this new land, to this new reality, because whatever happened here is over. We still would raise up fucking Yusef Hawkins and all sorts of shit. We still would hold on. That is equivalent to us looking back like Lot's wife. So you had this black man who ran and he was oblivious because he didn't look back. Fuck this shit that's behind him. And of course that represented America. So he was oblivious to the destruction. Bane started telling people at the game, after the field was blown up. This is the main instrument of your liberation. It's pineal gland. Bane brings out the doctor who represents human intelligence and tells him he said, who are you? He explains who he is. He said, can anybody reprogram this bomb? No. He said, you're the human intelligence. He kills him. Shows you that human intelligence means nothing. It's not going to save you here. You understand? That was very powerful shit Bane was doing. Do you feel that you're in charge? I don't remember that. Oh, he said, we do not come as conquerors, but as liberators. Telling you who he is as Kundalini. He's saying, look, nigga, we the Kundalini force. We the yin yang force. We trying to raise you up out of this. Y'all got it, nigga. The nigga represents Batman. We gonna blow this. We gonna turn this motherfucker out. We don't come as conquerors. We come as liberators, nigga. See, that's what I call myself. I'm here to liberate you from your fucking body. I'm a liberator. Shit, nigga. Do you feel you're in charge? Real powerful shit. Bane was putting it down. Tomorrow you claim was rightfully yours. Talking to niggas. Alright. I don't know what that means. Okay. Blackgate Prison. They told you what it was. He went to open up Blackgate Prison. He's basically saying black people in prison. And then when they showed the prison, they showed nothing but dark people. So he was basically freeing niggas. He's like, niggas, I'm freeing you niggas. Know what I'm saying? He said 12 minutes. He said 12. He said something 12 minutes. Okay. When they was about to cross the bridge, a guy named Parker showed up. The black guy. He represented the ignorant black man, representing the Zodiac. 12 million people on the island. Y'all can't leave. That's basically time. 12 million is time. Zodiac locked in that circle of time. He's like, y'all ain't going nowhere, nigga. This is a fake bridge, basically. This is Parker. Parker means to sit your ass down. He's trying to stop Kundalini, so nobody could cross the bridge because of this ignorant ass black man, Parker. And it still was the 4 Sons of Freedom. You know what I'm saying? These bridges. That's why Bane blew them shits up. He's like, y'all niggas ain't going nowhere. This is a false sense of freedom. So Blackgate, he said, Blackgate Prison, a symbol of oppression. He's telling you the black in the prisons are the symbol. Prisons are a symbol of oppression for black people. He said thousands of motherfuckers languished under this man, Harvey Dent. He said, fake justice. He said, we need to stop you from tearing down the city. So he's basically saying all these men are suffering under Harvey Dent, and Harvey Dent represents fake justice. The nigga Bane is speaking to you niggas. He's saying all you motherfuckers are lavishing under this fake ass justice system. Harvey Dent. He said, this is some bullshit. He ain't no hero, nigga. The real hero is melanin. He's saying that Batman, because he was reading a letter that Commissioner Gordon was writing, like, Batman's the real hero, while y'all hate this nigga. And Harvey Dent's the real fake nigga. So he's saying the black man is the real hero, and justice, or what we've been calling justice of the justice system, that's the real criminal, that's the fucking fake, that's the shit that's lying to you, that's the real crooks. Nah, he said, y'all niggas ain't ready to hear that. Put the letter away. Brain read that shit. Like, shit, nigga, all of you who have lavished under the fake Dent laws. I'm like, yeah, nigga, he giving it to you. And y'all niggas ain't in there cheering and celebrating over Bane. Like I said, he could always come to this motherfucker and have a steak dinner. Do you feel you're in charge? He said, Commissioner Gordon says in the letter, I have praised the madman who tried to murder my child. Talking about the justice system of Harvey Dent. So I praise him for trying to murder my child. You know what I'm saying? So that same justice system is what you have stock on, that you're finally going to get justice against white cops who killed a black man. You're praising that system without praising it. You get what I'm saying? No matter how much you say, well, I know it's bullshit, but I'm trying to get this done with this. Fuck all of that. You know what I'm saying? Tear it down. It don't work. You shouldn't be looking for any justice. No justice, no peace in that system. So I praise the madman who tried to murder my child. False idol. All you niggas watching Judge Mathis, y'all should be fucking trying to hang that nigga for sitting there representing that false justice and clowning niggas. Constantly, oh, Judge Mathis, he's so crazy. You know what I'm saying? No, y'all should be fucking trying to murder that motherfucker for sitting up there with that fucking arrogance. Praising a madman who tried to murder your child. Free some niggas, Mathis. Alright. Gordon says, 2, when the structures fail, the rules aren't weapons anymore. They're shackles. I'm telling you, motherfucking shackles are the motherfucking order of the day, nigga. Lockdown. Ain't got nothing to do with no motherfucking guns. Knives, why you worried about that shit? Lock his ass down. As much as y'all crying about this one nigga that killed by the cops, remember the cops' first duty is to arrest your black ass. There are thousands of niggas who are still alive in jail suffering. When you gonna get them niggas out? When you gonna make a sign for them niggas? Huh? Problem is, you don't know if they bad or good anymore, or if you should be free. But there are thousands of niggas in jail who shouldn't be in jail. First of all, they about to make marijuana legal all over this goddamn city, all over this goddamn country. A few states they are already. But nobody's saying nothing about the thousands upon thousands of niggas they done put through the justice system unfairly, still in, doing hard time for weed that they're about to make legal. What's justice? Is that justice? That's just fucking laws. That's an invention. And within that invention, it is corrupt. And that's what they represented through Harvey Dent. May it started out nice, but it sure didn't end up that way. So the shackles. All right, there's a star by this, so it must be deep. All right, he says to Robin, who's morality. Robin's giving him the morality speech. How come you didn't tell people about this letter? And we hate Batman now because of you. And you should have said about Harvey Dent. He said, hope you had a friend like me. Hope you had a friend like I did to plunge his hands into the filth to keep yours clean. What he's talking about is the police force. They're the ones that plunge their hands in the filth to keep the politicians and the powers that be clean. So them niggas look like they're gonna help, and the governor come out and say, no, we cannot condone this behavior. But that governor knows he wants that pig sitting right there, that fucking savage sitting right there to kill every nigga that walks close to his fucking driveway. You know that, and I know that. That police force is the goddamn little thing that makes him and his wife and his little flat ass wife and his little dumb ass fucking Down syndrome ass kids feel fucking safe at night. But they will get on stage and tell you we cannot have these type of killings with Mike Brown, a young black boy, and this Trayvon Martin is totally unacceptable in the community. They tell you all of this because it's Gordon saying, I hope you have a friend like me to plunge his hands in the filth to keep yours clean, motherfucker. That's what they're talking about. He said, your hands look pretty filthy to me, because Robin is morality. Your hands look plenty filthy to me. Bane makes a speech. We take Gotham from the corrupt, the rich oppressors of the oppressors of generations who have kept you down from myths of opportunity. See, Bane is giving to niggas. He's telling you niggas, he's communicating to niggas directly. He's telling you niggas, know what I'm saying? Look niggas, this shit is about us. We about to rise. This is a nigga telling you niggas shit. Like, I don't see why niggas ain't got Bane tattoos on them. You know, bitches ain't got Bane tattoos above their ass. He was saying some real nigga shit. So I was having a conversation. Somebody was like, well, I think the Joker was the best. No, he was fucking painted up the best. Well, he wasn't saying the hot shit. He was chaos and that was all good. But Bane was telling you all that nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? Look, motherfucker, he was telling you white man to their face. The government of the whole press, and I'm giving it back to the niggas, and these niggas need to rise. And niggas, do you feel you're in charge, nigga? He was doing all that fly shit. You know what I'm saying? And nobody said nothing. He said, we start by storming Blackgate and freeing the oppressed. He said, going to jail and freeing them, I'm freeing the oppressed. He ain't making he ain't bullshit. He tell you, look, them niggas in jail are the oppressed people. Ain't no fucking, well, he's a criminal and he deserve it and justice and punishment. He said, we going to free the oppressed in Blackgate. He's basically saying, we going to free the black man in the prisons, the oppressed. He's a champion, nigga. This is the real Obama, know what I'm saying, right here. So he breaks in jail, you know what I'm saying, blah, blah, blah. So they go into the story of Bane, Miranda Tate, which we don't know yet is the true daughter of Ra's al Ghul. So they go into Ra's al Ghul's story. So Ra's al Ghul, they say he falls in love with the warlord's daughter. The warlord gets mad and they ban them both to the pit. But instead of banning Ra's al Ghul to the pit or Earth, Osiris, he just he bans Ra's al Ghul or banishes him. That's banishing Osiris. And then, and even though you could say, now this is the Isis story. So now Isis is on Earth and has this kid. That's Earth. The pit represents Earth. That's why she's female or Heteru. And so he has this Earth, and that's Miranda Tate. Miranda is water. That Mer is water. That's Earth. The Earth is the water planet. So Miranda Tate is also representing Earth as well. And so she has Miranda Tate or Earth. Isis has Miranda Tate. Mother Nature has Miranda Tate or Earth. Bane becomes her protector down here. So I don't want to go too off track, but he's a former Tahuti based upon the wisdom. But he's an active force. He's Horus. He's melanin. We'll say in this context, you could say he's the Houthi, but he's protector of Horus. So he represents I don't want to say like the winged disc, but more like you could look at it as he's a form of Horus's power, but he's also a form of because they called him the monster based upon his face. So he represents, as he points out, that necessary evil or that portion of Horus that represents the alchemy or the power of Horus. You would say the winged, what you call it, the eye of Horus, or the staff of Tahuti, or he represents that active force that Horus is using because the kid or the Earth used that force. So he also represents the consciousness as well, because remember she represents the Earth, so he represents the conscious force on the Earth at that time in the pit to kind of raise the Earth's consciousness up. So he represents that tool or that magical tool at that point. At that point. And then they both grow up and become two opposite polarities of each other, a yin-yang force or a Nephthys and a Set as well. All right, and that's the easiest way I can explain that in that context of him, because they're really more focused in on Miranda in the pit, because you thought it was all about him and his escape, but it was actually him who helped the escape. And like I said, Ra's al Ghul came down to help him. So he represents that tool. So when he raised her back up, he trained both of them in the League so Bane could still continue to be a tool for Miranda. So he still represents that consciousness. He was always that tool. He represents the wisdom. So that's I don't want to go into too much. He's the Tahuti of it. but you can say it's the Tahuti. In the mythology, Tahuti helps Isis constantly in the mythology. So he's the Tahuti that's helping the little young Isis, or the young Het Haru, if you will, or the younger version of Isis, if you will. All right. So now, so they give you this old story, right? He's exiled, like I said, that's an Osiris story. She's in the pit, right? And they said she was the redemption, so you know the baby was the redemption. That's how the earth was going to redeem itself. All right, Raz. Raz says, all your decadence, all your power, strength, anything is a lie. Your moral authority, Gotham must be allowed to die. So basically, he told them all your decadence, your moral authority, your strength, your power, he said all that shit is a motherfucking lie. This shit must be allowed to be destroyed. So all that shit I built, the pyramids, I got a nose, that's a step one, but all that shit gotta go. If the earth gotta go, the pyramids gotta go, Angkor Wat's gotta go. Cambodian pyramids or whatever the fuck you into got to go. Because all of that's a lie. Ra's al Ghul is telling nigga, if you conscious, that's what it means. You got to leave this behind. Then, so Bruce is still trying to jump with the rope on, and he keeps falling. Because this rope represents, of course, attachments. The bomb is supposed to then go off in 23 days. 23 is a very powerful number. I did a breakdown on 23. There was the movie 23. You need to study or research the law of 23 or the 23 grid line or the 23rd degree. All this magical shit happens at the number 23. That's where you get 23 skidoo. It represents the number of escape. And so tells you 23 days the bomb is going to go off. They're talking about the gateway is opening up. The blind doctor tells Bruce, the body makes the jump, but the survival is the soul or the spirit. So they basically saying, look, your body, look at the jump as an issue for your body, but your soul and your spirit is going to get you out of this motherfucker. Give him saying, so even though you're doing this and doing that and you're feeling this physical kundalini, but what's really going to elevate you is the body and the spirit. That's what's going to elevate you in this kundalini. Just raising kundalini and I felt my kundalini rise ain't going to get it. Now, he said, my soul is ready. Bruce says it, Bruce Wayne says to the doctor, my soul is ready to escape. My soul is ready to escape my body. And the guy said, the fear is why you fail. So he also tells him, now is where you're going to use fear. He said the fear is what's going to drive you. Now, I thought this was profound, and Chris Nolan does it because I spoke about it in Inception, where you could pretty much follow the occult theme of a movie, but he switched the roles. And you know it's occult when they use the same actors, because the actor that played Miranda Tate in Batman 3 was the woman in Inception. In Inception, he gave her two different roles. She changed the occult theme in the middle of the movie and changed it back. So if you didn't follow it, you'd be confused to follow it. But he did it here. Because remember, in the first Batman, he talked all about getting past fear, as I just did. But he starts, the bald man starts telling about how you can use fear as an ally, as opposed to what Ra's al Ghul was saying, defeat it. So though we must defeat the fear, we must recognize it to know, to see. So remember when I told you, you need to find what you're scared of and delve into it. You won't be able to find it to deal with it unless you even admit that you're scared. So if I admit that I'm scared of Baphomet, But my occult sense tells me that's what I need to face. So I need to understand it to be my fear, to face it as my fear. So that's what the old guy is saying. He's saying basically you need to embrace that fear, then overcome it. He said, then when you finish, get over it again. That's what the old guy said. Damn, that's some profound shit. All right. Then you see Bruce getting this thought pattern again where he sees his father. Why did we fall, Bruce? So we could get back up. This is the most profound thing they're trying to make, or the most obvious thing they're trying to make about the point of all of these movies, because that was from the first movie. Right. The doctor tells him not to ignore fear, but to use it as motivation. And like I said, of course, now ultimately your job is to get over fear. But again, that's how you gauge what it is your path should be. What it is that scares you. And once you're no longer scared of Freddy Krueger, then you're able to tackle Jason. How do you know you're able to tackle Jason and not Michael Myers? Because you're not scared of Michael Myers. You're scared of Jason. So now fear becomes a motivation for you to tackle the next thing to get past. And then once you're past Michael Myers, you're in a whole new form of light. You go through the darkness to find light. You can find that statement clearly dramatized in the movie Silent Hill, where she goes through all these scary things, and they said, now that you went through all the scary shit, let me give you a bit of light. Out of darkness comes light. The prisoners chant "Rise" as he's making this jump with no rope. They calling on for him to rise to this Kundalini. Bruce makes it. He drops the rope down. Now they also show or re-show the straw man again. The straw man, now he's the judge and he's given exile or death. The straw man, remember, we know him in the first movie as the guy who's the ultimate human tool. So this represents Judge Mathis, this fucking straw man, sitting telling niggas exile or death. And you find out that exile or death both means death by exile. Because that's what he gave Gordon and them niggas. Which means you walk on the ice and yet another fall. That's motherfucking Judge Mathis, straw man harmonious. You know what I mean? So Catwoman, she's walking, her morality, should she be evil? Should she care? Or should she just leave the city? Leaving the city is the false way. Or should she raise Kundalini? Bruce is trying to get her to stay and raise Kundalini, trying to get that hoe to go to heaven with him. They're showing that she's evil, but not really evil. What's evil and not really evil? Eve. Eve is a form of enlightenment, but gets this bad rep as evil. Catwoman gets this bad rep as evil, but she's really Bruce's Shakti energy, Batman Shakti energy. And how do you know this? The kid was about to steal, but what was it? She kicks their asses and give the boy an apple, showing her as Eve, giving this boy fruit. She's evil, but not really evil, like Eve. What she says, inventions. Catwoman got your inventions, the case, Fox, Satan. I don't know. She's talking to Fox. I can't read my own notes. Okay, Gordon says to the straw man while he's in court, there's no due process, no lawyer. You know, Gordon's old gullible ass waiting for some real shit. He said, man, fuck that. You choose death or exile, nigga. He said death by exile. You know what I'm saying? And, basically he's talking about how unfair justice is, or what we've been masquerading around here calling justice, all up under Harvey Dent. And he says to him, motherfucker, your guilt has already been determined, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? This is the straw man talking to the white man saying, look, motherfucker, you don't need no lawyer, no due process. We know who you are. Your guilt has already been determined. Same way that white man, that, that's like us waiting in a court of law for this white guy who killed Mike Brown. That motherfucker's guilt has already been determined. You know who you are. No process, nigga. Death or death by exile. Exile? Okay, exile by death, nigga. Alright? Bad people, Catwoman said, to Batman, look, motherfucker, let's bounce, nigga. We can bounce again. Batman, he wants to do it right. He wants to raise Kundalini. He's on fire now. She said, you giving the people everything. He said, not everything, not yet, nigga. You got to raise that Kundalini. So then you see a fight between the police versus the thugs. All the thugs that was in Blackgate prison. And then the police finally confront them in a gang-like fight. And it was really consciousness versus humanity. The thugs are consciousness, humanity, the police. Then you have eventually, Bane and Batman fight. Bane is beating Batman's ass. Because Batman, now that he raised Kundalini, Bane was a tool, as I pointed out, like the Staff of the Hootie or the Eye of Haru. Batman can beat his ass now because Batman now knows how to use the tools instead of the tools being used by him. See, now we look at it, most people are being used by our tools. They look at a pyramid and go, oh, it's this wonderful hotep. What does it mean? How did you use it? What did they build it for? Hotep? Hotep? That's all you got. It's the key of life. What life? How come, you know what I'm saying? How come you're falling apart? It's the key. Hotep? Hotep, that's all they got. And so instead of using these tools to your benefit, you get what I'm saying, using these tools as forms of, or the true talismans that they are, power energy grids and power things that they are. You know what I'm saying? So now that's why he's able to beat Bane's ass. Now he ain't using that bullshit just because see, when he was getting his ass kicked, all Batman was about was, I got melanin. So that's why you're getting your ass kicked, because you're saying, I got melanin. Melanin's special. I'm the Batman. And Bane beat your ass. Nigga, I am the darkness, nigga. Broke his back and all this shit, nigga. Do you feel you're in charge? You know what I'm saying? I am of the darkness. Theatrics. You know what I'm saying? He's like, nigga, that shit ain't working. You using mediocre melanin shit. He said, this may work to other niggas who ain't initiated. He said, but I am from the League of Shadows. Do you feel like you're in charge? So he's basically telling this nigga, that shit ain't gonna work just having melanin. Batman went and cultivated that melanin in the pit, rose it up to a Kundalini fire level, activated it. So now he's beating Bane's ass, using him as a tool instead of being used by him. While this is happening, Miranda Tate, who represents the Earth as well, stabbed this nigga in the side. Bam! Oh shit! Stabs him in the side just like Jesus. So now he has to get crucified because he's Kundalini. So this has to happen. Oh, why'd you do that for, Miranda? Why'd you stab me? I'm the Batman. It's like, nigga, I'm that bitch, nigga. I'm the Earth. I'm the one that I'm the son of this goddamn shit, nigga. Showed her other side of the game, nigga. Her dark side. So, and gives her real name Talia and all of this shit. Gave her God name. I'm Talia, nigga. So she said, I'm here to honor my father by finishing his work. And she's like, motherfucker, I'm here to destroy this shit. So again, as I told you, Chris Nolan puts him in two roles. She's playing this Isis and this mother, this Heteru Earth energy. And then she's also playing this motherfucking other role where you can't follow me. He did the same thing with that same actor in 3 Levels of the Dream. That movie this Chris Nolan's other movie. The one I don't even remember the name. So she said, don't kill him. I want him to feel the heat. Because she put Bane back in his game. She said, don't kill him. I want him to feel the heat. And talking about the Kundalini heat, this bitch was trying to rise it up. She's rolling around with the bomb. The bomb represents the pineal gland. Fox says when Batman eventually gets up, kills Bane, gets up out the game. Though Catwoman comes in and kills Bane and shows you that she didn't leave. She's a part of the. She's down with Batman. Now you can see it. That's not it. Now you see clearly that they're the actual primal pair, and he gets in his bat copter. Fox says a line like nothing like a few air superiority, talking about the higher consciousness. Where did Robin say this? Robin said a word, I don't remember the context, but I have it written down here. Let them die without hope, or something like that. And I remember he was saying, because remember, Robin represents morality, the earth, and humanity. So he said he was like telling somebody we can't let them die without hope. Because remember, now Robin's trying to give your monkey ass hope again. You know what I'm saying? When she was trying to blow up the bomb, she's saying my father's work is done. She was trying to do what Ra's al Ghul did, blow this motherfucker to smithereens. She was about her father's business. She was about God's business again. Gordon says a line somewhere about people rising from the abyss. Okay. Wayne. Okay, so now we know Batman flies off and the bomb blows up over the city. Boom, great explosion. That was represented as Batman rising, him blowing up into the Kundalini experience. There was the Kundalini energy, the Kundalini existence, the Kundalini explosion, the Kundalini. That's the success. After all of that, you are starting from you in jail to now Batman blows up in this Kundalini experience. In the end, Robin, or morality, or the human morality, becomes conscious. He finds the Batcave. He finds all the secrets. He begins in the underworld. The house becomes a place for the orphans. The orphans represent the souls or the light that's left behind. So now this house that's left for the orphans gives you the opportunity for the orphans to rise. Then you see Alfred, who's been gone for quite a long time out of Gotham City. Of course, he's Batman's consciousness. Ain't no reason for him to be around. You find him in heaven, or his idea of heaven, which he talked about earlier, and he sees Batman and Catwoman. A little bit before, Fox was talking to a guy about the helicopter and found out that the automatic pilot was fixed, which was an inconsistency in the story, because even if the automatic pilot was fixed, how are they sitting in front? I don't remember if they were, but weren't they sitting in front of the helicopter, which is supposed to have blown up? If I look again, they probably weren't, but he found out that Bruce Wayne had fixed the autopilot, meaning that once your melanin is at a certain level, it will go on autopilot. That's why you niggas email me all the time about these sporadic Kundalini experiences. But basically, Bruce Wayne was saved. Lucifer recognized that Lucius recognized that Bruce Wayne had made it. Then you see Bruce Wayne with his other side, his other half, up in heaven, or Alfred's idea of heaven, where his consciousness was. Alfred is his consciousness, where his consciousness looked at him and said, y'all made it. All of this energy that was down on earth, called your Chakras, Kundalini, and all the rest of that shit, we have made it, Mr. Batman. Do you think you are in charge? So, we are done with that. Like I said, I'm going to do Pirates of the Caribbean soon when I feel like it. Y'all need to go to occultlectures.com, occultlectures.com. And again, I have a whole host of herb packs, spiritual bath, spiritual house cleaning products, spiritual oils, CDs, my classes. Again, you need to get with these classes. My classes are about to start a new cycle towards the end of September. Now is the time to get in. Now is the time to start getting on the payment plan so you're ready. It's probably some of the hottest shit you can do in your life for the occult. The classes go way deeper than the lectures. I teach you how to access, how to get in to the spiritual shit. And what I would tell you is, you don't have to take my word for it. All you need to ask for an email, and I will pass you off some of the people who've already taken the class. Or you can just go to my website, occultlectures.com. You can look under the About Panic, you will see a place that says testimonials. And under those testimonials, you can read for yourself what people are saying out of their own mouths about what happens when they take the class or the herb pack. The herb pack that I offer is all natural organic herbs, no drugs, nothing that shows up in a piss test. The only warning, one of the ingredients they say do not take when you're pregnant. So if you're pregnant or nursing, do not take the herb pack. Other than that, the sky's the limit. No drugs. It is all medicine for your pineal. It opens up your third eye. It's guaranteed to do this. There's very few people who complain it out of over, I would have to say I'm over 6, 7 to 8,000 herb packs sold. And maybe 3 people complain, and 2 of those people email me later and say, oh, wait a minute, I feel it now. And like I said, I can't speak for your pineal, but what I can tell you this, if you have a motherfucking pineal, and you have a kundalini and melanin, and you studying this shit, oh, you're going to feel something. You're going to feel something. Now, because everyone came to do different things, and everyone's spirituality is keyed a different way, different things happen to different people when they smoke this herb pack, you know. I get a few people who say the chatter stops when they're meditating. Some people say they relax. Some people they dream deeper. Some people can focus more. Some people smoke it with weed, and whatever weed is doing, it enhances that. Some people stop smoking weed, stop smoking cigarettes, started smoking herb packs. One motherfucker got up and walked. He was paralyzed. You name it, someone has told me what this herb pack has done for them. And what you need to do is get one yourself and see for yourself. It's quite cheap, especially now with the website. I'm able to get packages out much, much quicker. And I notice people notice and appreciate that more. And like I said, I have plenty of other products that do support it. Aura baths, Ganesha crystals. And if you don't know what it is, I have all the lectures up that support when these products came about. ODB oil. Things that, magical things that happen, I explained. For instance, I did a whole ODB lecture, and then after that, we had a friend who, in their yard, because it was the Yellow Emperor, all of these yellow flowers just emerged overnight on their yard after I did that lecture. And then what they were able to do, they picked all them yellow flowers, sent them to me, and after that, I still have them, I dried them out and created oil out of them. So now we have ODB oil. And we've been doing that for years. So remember, we got this ODB oil still popping. And motherfuckers put that on and meditate and get right into the chaos realm. ODB is the motherfucking Joker, nigga. And so y'all need to understand that as we talked about the Joker, that's not a made up thing. That was Old Dirty Bastard. Flavor Flav as well. You know what I'm saying? But them niggas are representative of the chaos realm. Them niggas are the chaos realm. That's what them niggas are. That's what ODB was. We got ODB oil popping. Another thing you want to get in there, which is the hottest shit right now, is these readings with Khadijah. When I tell you she's on fire with it, she was always on fire with it, but it was what we were doing. But like I said, she decided to share. And her testimonies are up as well on my site. OccultLectures.com, under the About Panic, look for Samadhi readings. But she's a massage therapist by trade. She's badass and that shit. But see, you know, people think, oh, that's some sexy shit. But no, she's a therapeutic massage. So that should be hurting, but you feel good the next day. So I think she's still doing that. People who need that, get at her for that. But what you want to fuck with is these readings right now. She's tapping into shit. What niggas should do, giving out a lot of work for niggas. So if you at a standstill or you need to know the next thing to do in your spirituality, that's where you want to be now in these readings. She's still offering very cheap. The more people get on, it might get more expensive because I know she's going to be doing more work based upon it. So you want to get on them right now. You email her at Samadhi Massage, SAMEDIMASSEGE at Hotmail, or it's very easy under the About Panic area at OccultLectures.com. You can just look for her page under the About Samadhi readings, and you can send her an email directly from that page. So again, you want to get with these classes. these herb packs or whatever. You want to check out drleanlbay.com as well for his products. Plenty of magical products there. Plenty of items you need. Plenty of information. His dates. What we'll be doing on the radio show. We'll be on the radio show. I'll be back on First World Order Radio. 8 o'clock on Wednesdays. 8 o'clock on Thursdays when I'm there. On Blog Talk Radio. That's blogtalkradio.com/Dr. Aleem. I think, or Aleem El Bay, or Aleem, yeah, I think it's Aleem El Bay, or Dr. Aleem Bay, one of them. But you could also do a search for First World Order Radio, or you can go to my page, occultlectures.com, and find the links to First Order Radio if you're having a hard trouble, because Aleem does plenty of information even on the days that I'm not there. So, occultlectures.com, and that's easy because the name of this YouTube channel is occultlectures.com, so it should be easy to remember, where you can get any of these products for your magical transformation, or organic herbs for the third eye that has been working for quite a long time. And I hope you enjoy my ranting breakdown, and I'll be back soon with Pirates of the Caribbean, because I like that movie as well, and whatever's whatever. And do you feel you're in charge?